Hello, and thank you for joining the September Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at of the members. Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Linsmart.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, so let's start with the first item on the ADIC agenda. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of August 18th, 2022. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Mr. Lansmart.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to amend the lease with Droplet Incorporated for use of Suite 503 at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Droplet is in its existing 10 to 12 Channel Street, occupying Suites 601, 602, and 503. Droplet was originally founded in 2017 by 2 MIT-trained PhDs looking to treat a rare skin disease that causes fragile and blistering skin. The lease term for Suite 601 and 602 ends on January 30th, 2026 with a single 2-year option. In November 2021, the BPDA board approved a short-term lease with Droplet for Suite 503. The lease term for Suite 503 ends on November 30th, 2022. Suite 503 is a large open suite consisting of 7,987 square feet of unfinished space. Droplet currently pays fixed rent calculated as followed. $8,614 per month for Suite 602, $8,977 per month for Suite 601, and $12,646 per month for Suite 503. Rents for Suite 601 and 602 increase annually by $1 per square foot. Staff is now recommending an amendment to extend the lease for Suite 503. The lease term shall be coterminous with the lease for Suite 601 and 602. Accordingly, the lease term for Suite 503 will end on January 31st, 2026 with a single 2-year option. Droplet shall continue to pay fixed rent calculated at $19 per square foot or $12,646 per month for the first year. Rent shall increase annually by $1 per square foot thereafter. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Lansmart.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to allow East West to sublease a portion of Suite 201 located in 12 Channel Street within Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park to Mass Robotics, Inc. Maureen.
Thank you. East West has been a tenant of BPDA since 1993 and currently occupies the entire 3rd floor as well as Suite 201 at 12 Channel Street, totaling approximately 45,000 square feet. East West is a high-volume contract manufacturing company based in Atlanta, Georgia, specializing in engineered products and electronic manufacturing. East West and the BPDA are party to a certain lease agreement dated June 12, 1993. The initial term of the lease runs through March 31st, 2026, with 2 5-year options to extend. East West and Mass Robotics are the only tenants on the 2nd floor at 12 Channel Street. In 2022, East West notified the BPDA that East West was considering a sublease with Mass Robotics for a portion of Suite 201, which is adjacent to Suite 202, and which is currently leased by Mass Robotics. East West currently pays fixed rent to BPDA, calculated at $12.65 per square foot through March 31st, 2023. On April 1st, 2023, fixed rent shall increase to $13.92 per square foot. Staff is recommending an amendment to the lease for Suite 201 to allow East West to sublease approximately 3,496 square feet to Mass Robotics. The lease term shall be approximately 1 year, commencing upon BPDA approval and expiring on August 31st, 2023. Mass Robotics will pay fixed rent to East West calculated at the same rate of $12.65 per square foot, or $3,685.37 per month through March 31st, 2023, and $13.92 per square foot for the term of April 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2023. Under the terms of the lease with East West, BPDA is to receive 50% of any sub-license revenue received that exceeds the amount paid to BPDA under the lease. Since the fixed rent paid by both East West and Mass Robotics will be the same per square foot rate, there will be no additional revenue paid to the BPDA for this sublease. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Maureen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
No.
Okay, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3.
Sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair, when you read the agenda item for the minutes approval,
Yeah.
you said the August 18th, not August 11.
I'll do it again.
Okay, thank you.
Back to item number 1, my apologies. So request authorization for the approval of the minutes of August 11th, 2022 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
And Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, moving on to item number 4, request authorization to enter into a lease agreement with Mass Robotics Inc. for, is that what I just, oh, no, okay, so it's similar. So Mass Robotics Inc. for the use of 12 Channel Street, Suite 504, within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. Mass Robotics has been a tenant at 12 Channel Street since 2016 in Suites 502 and 202. Mass Robotics is a nonprofit company based in Massachusetts with the mission of providing entrepreneurs and innovative robotic startup companies with the space and resources they need. Mass Robotics income is derived from subleasing space to these startup companies, from sponsorship, and from grants. In July 2022, Mass Robotics was awarded a 3-year grant from the Cummings Foundation to provide young women of color a direct pathway to transform an interest in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to a passion and ultimately a career in STEM. Suite 504 is a vacant suite at 12 Channel Street and consists of approximately 1,700 square feet of open flex space on the 5th floor. Suite 504 has heat but no air conditioning and does not have any office build-out. BPDA staff is proposing a 3-year lease for Suite 504 that will commence on or about October 1st, 2022 and expire on or about September 30th, 2025. Beginning on March 1st, 2022, beginning on October 1st, 2022, the rent will be $32 per square foot or $4,533 per month. Fixed rent shall increase annually by $1 per square foot. For the 3-year term, Mass Robotics will pay a total of $168,300 in fixed rent for Suite 504. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to amend the lease with John Berenson Interior Design Incorporated, located at 22 Dry Dock, Suite 302, within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. John Berenson Interior Design has been a tenant of the BPDA since 1991 and operates an architectural and interior design business in Suite 302. The current lease expired on August 31st, 2022. Suite 302 is approximately 492 square feet of open space and it lacks any office build-out. It has no central air conditioning and is cooled by a window air conditioning unit. In February 2021, the BPDA authorized the issuance of a request for proposals for the redevelopment of 22 Dry Dock Ave. In April of 2022, the BPDA Board of Directors were authorized to award tentative designation status to 22 Dry Dock LLC and to enter into lease negotiations. Barrington has been notified verbally and in writing that 22 Dry Dock Ave is scheduled for redevelopment, and all tenants are required to vacate by December 31st, 2022. Barrington is searching for a new location to relocate to. In the meantime, BPDA staff is requesting that Barrington be allowed to remain at 22 Dry Dock until the earlier of December 31st, or when Barrington locates a relocation site, whichever is earliest. Barrington has agreed that in the event he cannot vacate 22 Dry Dock Ave by December 31st, all of the foregone rent will be payable in full to BPDA in addition to any late fees provided for in the lease. Any continued occupancy beyond December 31st will be subject to the holdover provisions of the lease. BPDA staff is now proposing to allow Barrington to remain rent-free beginning June 1, 2022 until December 31st, 2022. If Barrington doesn't vacate, Barrington will be required to pay all money owed totaling $7,625.59, plus any late fees provided for in the lease. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 6, request authorization to enter into a 10-year lease with Verizon New England, Inc. for the continued use of Building 140, located at 18 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, for the maintenance, storage, and operation of communication facilities and equipment. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2020, BPDA approved access to BPDA's owned underground telecommunication conduit in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park to several telecommunications providers who provide service to the tenants in the Marine Park, namely AT&T, Comcast, and Verizon. Each have agreed to enter into 10-year licenses for a flat fee of $75,000 per year with annual increases of 3%. Verizon has been located in the Marine Park since 1980, when they were then known as New England Telephone and Telegraph. Building number 140 is a 200 square foot freestanding brick building located next to the parking garage, and has been serving as Verizon's telecommunication hut since 1980. The hut is where relevant telecommunication equipment is housed. And the building is about twice the size of a legal bedroom in the Boston residence. It's a very tiny building. The other telecommunication providers serving the Marine Park have their huts elsewhere in the seaport, so they do not need to locate that service into the park. Verizon is the only hut station in the Marine Park. Verizon, to remind you, has agreed to pay the $75,000 annual fee, but cannot provide any service to the Marine Park without Building 140 to serve as a hut. So we're proposing no additional fee for the use of Building 140. However, a default of the license agreement will also default the lease. In other words, Verizon will not be able to use Building 140 unless they have paid the annual license fee and continue to service Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park tenants. We are proposing a separate 10-year lease with Verizon for Building 140 to be co-terminus with the 10-year underground license access agreement. Thank you. And do I have any questions?
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Monahan, a roll call for Mr. Monahan. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Item number 7, request authorization to execute a joint architecture engineering services contract with Luz Architects Limited for House Doctor Architectural and Engineering Service on an as-needed basis for EDIC-owned properties. Laura.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board for the opportunity to speak with you today. As this board approved in May, we use our House Doctor program to retain architectural and engineering firms who can perform services across our property on an on-call, as-needed basis. In May, the board authorized us to award contracts to about 24 firms across 13 categories of service. However, while evaluating the proposals we received, the BPDA's Designer Selection Committee made an administrative oversight. Upon review of final awards, it was determined that Studio Lou's architects also qualified for an award in the category of architecture. We are taking the required administrative actions to rectify this, including this additional board vote. I'll note that Studio Lou's is certified as a small, Boston-based, woman-owned and minority-owned business, joining the 7 other woman, minority, or LGBT-owned businesses who were awarded contracts through this program. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 8, request authorization to execute an engineering design services contract with Collins Engineers, Inc. for Wharf 8 Pier 10 Harbor Walk resilience improvements within the Raymond Elfland Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $490,330. William.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm before you today to request authorization to execute an engineering design contract with Collins Engineers for Wharf 8 Pier 10 Harbor Walk resiliency improvements here in the Raymond Elfland Marine Park. This was last before you at the November 2021 board meeting to request authorization to solicit qualifications for this work. The project site, as you may recall, consists of Wharf 8, which is located behind the Leader Bank Pavilion, as well as Pier 10, which is beyond the Boston Design Center off of Dry Dock Ave. Both sites are in need of resiliency improvements to address known flood risks, some structural repairs to the existing maritime infrastructure, as well as public realm improvements to promote and improve public access to the harbor and extend the existing harbor walk. This engineering design contract will advance the City of Boston and the BPDA's resiliency goals that are outlined in the Climate Resilient South Boston document while extending the harbor walk and improving the public realm. Plans and specifications will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws, and the contract will include permitting, bidding assistance, resident engineering services, as well as construction administration. The BPDA issued the formal request for proposals in accordance with the agency's designer selection policy on June 21st of this year. The process included outreach to disadvantaged firms with 75 interested parties downloading the RFP. Firms submitted proposals in response to the solicitation on August 5th, and they were Childs Engineering, Collins Engineers, and Wesson and Sampson. A designer selection committee was assembled to review each submitting team's qualifications, experience, and proposed fee, and based on that review, the committee unanimously recommends the engineering contract be awarded to Collins Engineers. Collins has extensive experience with this type of engineering, having provided similar services to the U.S. Coast Guard, the City of Boston, the Town of Marblehead, the City of Salem. They're also our engineer for the nearby South Jetty bulkhead replacement project that was before the board recently. The total contract award is for $539,363. That includes a 10% design contingency fee and has been appropriately budgeted for in the fiscal year 23 capital budget. Therefore, we are requesting the director be authorized to enter into this contract with Collins Engineers, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to provide a flood resilience planning and feasibility study for the Raymond Elfland Marine Park. William.
Thank you again. This is a new matter, but it is one that has been alluded to in my past presentations. We are seeking we're seeking authorization to issue a request for proposals to procure a planning design firm. They would produce a district-level flood resilience planning and feasibility study for the Raymond Elfland Marine Park located in South Boston. The purpose of this study will be to advance the efforts of Climate Ready Boston and the Climate Resilient Solutions for South Boston to determine the relative feasibility of 2 solutions that have been previously identified by these past studies. The objective is, together with the area stakeholders, reach consensus on a single approach that can be further developed and constructed in subsequent procurements. The result of this contract will be a detailed site assessment, as well as a report of findings and recommendations to mitigate flood impacts that can be used to plan and most importantly, pursue funding for needed resiliency improvements to the Raymond Flynn Marine Park at a district level. The resulting planning design contract is budgeted at $1 million and will be advertised following the BPDA's designer selection policy. The opportunity will be posted on the BA website, bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the state's comp ice system, as well as directly marketed with disadvantaged firms and various online trade publications. This engineering contract will be awarded to the top-ranked consultant through a qualifications-based selection process after, of course, being brought back to the board for prior approval. Therefore, we are requesting the secretary be authorized to advertise and issue a request for proposals to procure that planning design services for this project. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 10, I think we have personnel, Secretary Bemis.
Mike's going to cover EDIC, I'll cover BRA.
And you're in, you told me that. So Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Dr. Jemison. We have the following items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda. We have 6 appointments with details in the board memos. Andrew Nias, Senior Planner 2 in the Planning Department, effective September 19, 2022. Alexander Kapersky, Contracts Assistant in the Office of Workforce Development, effective September 19, 2022. Mary Gattenby, Assistant to the Director of Development Review in the Development Review Department, effective September 19, 2022. Jamal Crawford, Community Engagement Manager in the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department, effective September 19, 2022. Kiana Floyd, Human Resources Generalist in the Human Resources Department, effective September 26, 2022. Gigi Munden, Senior Project Engineer in the Real Estate Department, effective October 3rd, 2022. We have 1 employment service contractor and appointment with details listed in the board memos. Lacey Rose, Director of Communications in the Law Department, effective August 23rd, 2022. We have 7 status changes with details listed in the board memos. Christopher Worrell, returned to work from personal leave of absence, Community Engagement Manager in the DEI Department, effective September 12th, 2022. Olivia Rouse, changing from graphics designer to senior graphics designer in the IT department, effective September 19, 2022. Abigail Cross, changing from grants manager in the assistant deputy director, special initiatives in grants management in the Office of Workforce Development, effective September 19, 2022. Jonathan Short, changing from Real Estate Development Officer to Senior Real Estate Development Officer in the Real Estate Department, effective September 19, 2022. Malik Gomes, changing from Job Coach and Retention Specialist to Assistant Deputy Director, Youth Career Services, effective September 19, 2022. Edward Downs Jr., changing departments and titles from OFE Coordinator in the Office of Workforce Development to Property Specialist in the Real Estate Department, effective September 19, 2022. Jeffrey Thomas, changing from Interim Special Assistant to the Chief of Planning to Special Assistant to the Chief of Planning in the Director's Office, effective September 19, 2022. We have 4 travel requests with details listed in the board memos. We have 1 approval request with the details listed in the board memos, retroactive approval for the memorandum of agreement to the collective bargaining agreement between EDIC and the Industrial Union of Marine and Shipbuilding Workers of America, Lodge S25 IAM AFL-CIO, effective March 1st, 2022 to February 28th, 2025. And we have 3 departures with details listed in the board memo. Whitney Hansley, Urban Designer 2 in the Planning Department, Emperor Phillips, Crew Leader, Power Corps in the Office of Workforce Development, and Mary Ashley, Contracts Administrator in the Office of Workforce Development. And that's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments on that from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was the final agenda item for the EDIC meeting. I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move that we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Okay, we'll now begin the BPDA portion of this meeting. Thank you for joining the September Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting at this time. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communication, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. To begin this meeting, I will now take a roll call of the members. Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Lansmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, great. Item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the August 11th, 2022 meeting. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 13th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time determined by the director to consider the 6th Amendment to Master Plan Board Plan Development Area Number 69, South Boston, the 100 acres, and the development plan for 244 through 284 A Street, Channel Side Project within Plan Development Area Number 69, the 100 acres. And to consider the 244 through 284 A Street project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 13, 2022 at 5:40 p.m. or at a time and date to be determined by the director to consider the proposed Berklee College of Music 2022 through 2024 institutional master plan. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 13th, 2022 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time determined by the director to consider the proposed 125 Lincoln Street project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 13th, 2022 at 6 p.m. or at a date and time determined by the director to consider the proposed 24 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 6, Board of Appeal. Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. 50 petitions have been prepared by the planning staff for transmittal to the Board of Appeal. This will cover 3 meetings from the board, one starting tonight at their subcommittee and one on September 27th, as well as October 4th. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Jeff. Oh, you're gonna, Item number seven, request authorization to petition the Boston Zoning Commission to extend the East Boston interim planning overlay district for 1 year in order to complete the Plan East Boston planning and rezoning process. Jeff?
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Back in 2018, this board approved Article 27T of the Boston Zoning Code to establish an IPOD, an interim planning overlay district, in East Boston because of all of the changing economics and development that was going on over there. That iPod lasted for 3 years, and last year this board extended it for 1 more year that is set to expire on November 11th. We are back asking for a 1-year extension from the current expiration date of November 11th, 2022 to November 11th, 2023. May happen to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, item number 8, request authorization to enter into an assignable temporary license agreement with the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority for use of a portion of parcel 03030040000 located at 206 Atlantic Avenue to perform construction activities at Long Wharf to the Blue Line emergency egress as part of a floodproofing improvement project. Lauren.
Thank you. The end of Long Wharf, including the walkway along the pier, commercial watercraft pickup areas, outdoor dining, and a park, is part of the Harbor Walk and features the Starhead House, the National Park Service's middle marker, and the historic Compass Rose. The Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority is submitting a request for proposals for flood-proofing improvements to the Blue Line emergency egress on Long Wharf. The proposed project includes the demolition and removal and replacement of the existing Long Wharf Blue Line Tunnel emergency egress stair kiosk. The purpose of the project is to prevent catastrophic damage to public transit in downtown Boston from extreme coastal flooding events. The MBTA is requesting a license agreement for the temporary rights to perform construction activities at and around the kiosk head house. According to the MBTA policy, the MBTA cannot issue an RFP for services until a site for construction laydown is identified and, in this case, a license agreement is executed. The MBTA further requires that the selected contractor, once a bid has been selected through the RFP process, enters into a license or easement with the landowner. MBTA cannot issue the RFP for services until the land is under agreement. Based on that policy, BPDA staff is recommending that the BPDA enter into a license agreement with the MBTA now to accommodate their RFP policies. The license agreement should be drafted to include the right of assignment to the party that will actually complete the work on the property once the MBTA's RFP process has been completed. The BPDA director retains the right to reject the license assignment if the character, reputation, or background of the selected contractor is subject to concern. Based on the public benefit that the proposed MBTA project will ultimately result in a safer transit experience for all residents and visitors of Boston, no fee is proposed. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 9, request authorization to administer $125,000 from the Boston Planning and Development Agency owned portion of the Neighborhood Development Fund for the acquisition of the parcel located at 25 Fernborough Street in Dorchester from Donald Mercury and Kelvin Mercury to accept the funds in the amount of $125,000 from the Mayor's Office of Housing owned portion of the Neighborhood Development Fund, to execute a purchase and sale agreement and deed, and to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the City of Boston for said property and to take all related actions. Jonathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Jameson, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. I'm here today regarding actions related to the acquisition of 25 Fernborough Street and the disposition of 21 through 29 Fernborough Street. Where possible, the BPDA has embraced opportunities to use this real estate to support the creation of both income-restricted affordable housing and market-rate housing that is price accessible to middle-income households. Accordingly, the BPDA and the Mayor's Office of Housing are jointly seeking the development of BPDA and City of Boston-owned properties through the Neighborhood Homes Initiative. The current project underway consists of 2 BPDA-owned parcels, 29 and 27 Fernborough Street, 2 Mayor's Office of Housing parcels, 23 and 21 Fernborough Street, and 1 privately owned parcel, 25 Fernborough Street, which combined consists of 14,914 square feet of vacant land. The agencies have agreed to seek the development of 4 triple-decker homes consistent with adjacent neighborhood housing design. This development is anticipated to create 12 new housing units that will be sold as affordable home ownership units. In order to accommodate the proposed density for this development and address community concerns, the agencies are seeking the development of off-street parking that would provide parking to each newly developed unit at a 1-to-1 ratio. In order to do this, the acquisition of the privately owned parcel 25 Fernborough Street is needed to provide the space for a denser residential development and parking spaces. In order to make the joint acquisition and disposition for development of these parcels possible, a memorandum of agreement is needed to solidify the partnership between the 2 agencies. The BPDA staff recommends that the director be allowed to request authorization to request $125,000 from the BPDA portion of the Neighborhood Development Fund for the acquisition of the parcel located at 25 Fernborough Street in Dorchester, to be authorized to accept funds in the amount of $125,000 from the MOH portion of the Neighborhood Development Fund for the purpose of the acquisition of the private parcel, to be authorized to acquire the private parcel by purchase from Donald Mercury and Kelvin Mercury, to request authorization to execute a purchase and sale agreement indeed with Donald Mercury and Kelvin Mercury, and to execute and deliver any and all other related agreements and documents in connection with the acquisition of the private parcel deemed necessary and appropriate by the director in connection with the acquisition and transfer of the private parcel, and to be authorized to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the City of Boston concerning the disposition of the Fernborough parcels upon terms and conditions determined to be in the best interest of the BPDA, and take all related actions. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Okay, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment of 7 Westminster Terrace and 9 Westminster Terrace in the Washington Park urban renewal area. Jonathan.
Thank you again. I'm here today to request authorization to advertise and issue the RFP for 2 BPDA parcels, 7 and 9 Westminster Terrace, which together consist of approximately 5,761 square feet of vacant land, which is located on Westminster Terrace, which is a dead-end street off of Westminster Ave in the Washington Park urban renewal area in the Roxbury neighborhood. This RFP is another step in the BPDA's effort to best utilize scattered site buildable residential land through the guidance of the community. The BPDA staff restarted the parcel disposition in October of 2021 and held an initial community meeting on March 2022 and 2020 of this year. There was strong support for the redevelopment of these parcels from the community, which allowed the agency to collect the community input on the design guidelines and levels of affordability for the parcels. Another community meeting was held on July 20th, 2022, which focused on reviewing the draft version of the RFP. The community meetings established an RFP that focused on 6 key principles. The first is housing affordability, which requests that the development be either affordable home ownership, affordable rental, or temporary supportive housing. The second is parking, which requests the development of off-street accessory parking. The third is green space, which focuses on maintaining the mature trees on the parcel. The fourth is development without displacement, which focuses on avoiding displacement of the existing residents of the Roxbury neighborhood. The fifth is resilient development and green building design guidelines, which focuses on the cities of Boston's carbon-free, climate resilient, and healthy community goals. And last but not least, the sixth is diversity and inclusion, which focuses on the proponent's extent to include significant and impactful economic participation, employment, and management roles by people of color, women, and certified MWBEs to participate in the development of the property. The BPDA staff recommends that the secretary be authorized to advertise and issue the request for proposal from qualified developers for the redevelopment of 739 West Worcester Terrace in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 11, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for multiple contracts for land use planning and rezoning services. Ken?
Good afternoon, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus. Chair Rojas has mentioned, I'm here seeking authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for multiple contracts for land use planning and rezoning services. As I think most are aware, we're seeing an increase in development pressure across the entire city. It's something we've seen for a fairly long period of time. And a lot of Boston zoning code articles have not been amended in kind of recent history and can't meet up to those challenges. So there's an urgent need to rezone many parts of the city to impact the types of development, to impact future development, make it more predictable, equitable, and resilient. With that in mind, the Planning Division seeks to supplement in-house expertise through land use planning and zoning consultants to provide a full range of planning and zoning expertise. Selected respondents will be delegated on an as-needed basis, analysis and amendment work falling into three buckets or three service categories: land use planning, spatial planning to support land use planning, and zoning services. Selected respondents will work directly with Planning Division staff to support ongoing planning and short-term needs assessment for future work. The goal is to put contracts in place with a diverse group of planning and zoning related consultants to make it easier to access specialized services as needed to complete current and future planning and rezoning efforts. Some of the elements of these planning initiatives are different from others, and therefore by setting up multiple as-needed contracts, the BPDA can be more strategic and nimbler in meeting the varied needs of various planning initiatives that have tight timelines for completion. In terms of scope of work, the BPDA seeks to award up to 5 responsive and responsible respondents. We will work to assign through a series of discrete work orders similar to the real estate on-call service contract that you may have been familiar with, hearing about, I think about a year ago. We will work with the respondents to request a scope at the time of the assignment and receive quotes from multiple vendors at that point in time. We will seek, as I mentioned, we'll receive up to 5 respondents in 3 categories: land use planning services, spatial planning services, and zoning services. I can go into more detail about those. The RFP is intended to meet the BPDA's supplier diversity mission and equitable procurement plan from 2021 by providing new pathways for working with the BPDA Planning Division. While the BPDA Planning Division will continue to release RFPs and SFQs, requests for long-term planning work, this type of contract opportunity is intended to provide an alternative additional pathway to diversify the BPDA's vendor supply. All respondents determined have to meet kind of minimum threshold and quality requirements. In the case of this RFP, that falls into 4 buckets: respondent team qualification, project management qualifications, land use planning, spatial planning and zoning experience, and social equity and resilience planning experience. The award contract shall be for 1 year, with the BPDA holding a 1-year option to extend the contract that we can do at our sole discretion. The program budget will be based on, in part, on the proposals received and the specific projects that arise during the term of the contract. But the aggregate value of the program is not currently expected to exceed $700,000 over a 2-year period. The resulting contract will be funded through the BPDA operating budget. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. All right, item number 12, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids pursuant to the parcel P3 environmental remediation project in Roxbury. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. This matter was last before you in August of last year for authorization to enter an engineering contract with GEI, who is the LSP and design engineer for this project. As you may recall, P3 is a nearly 8-acre parcel located on the corner of Tremont and Wheater Streets in Roxbury, for which development proposals are currently being reviewed and evaluated. The BPDA has been awarded $250,000 from Mass Development for an initial phase of environmental remediation. This work includes the removal of an on-site lead hotspot that's approximately 250 cubic yards of soil. It'll remove that in its entirety, as remove a portion of a soil mound that is on the northeast section of the site, disposing and focusing on the most highly contaminated soil in that mound based on soil pre-characterization sampling and testing. For your information, the lead hotspot is near a utility line subgrade, which is why it's of priority. When pre-development activities do come underway in this location, it'll be best to have that lead dealt with appropriately before any workers get in there in that soil near the utility line. The bid package has been prepared by GEI. It'll be advertised following the Commonwealth of Massachusetts requirements under Chapter 3059M, which governs procurement for public works construction. The opportunity will be posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, State's Combine system, marketed with disadvantaged firms, and various online trade publications. The construction contract will be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, after, of course, being brought to the board for prior approval. The work is estimated at around $180,000. It is included in the fiscal year 23 capital budget, and we anticipate returning to the board with an award recommendation this fall. Therefore, we're requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise and issue the invitation for bids for this project. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 13, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposal to provide a flood resilience planning and feasibility study for Long Wharf, located in the Central Wharf District of downtown Boston. William.
Thank you again. This is another new matter before the board, though very similar to the one that I presented earlier on the EDIC portion. This is for a planning design firm to produce a flood resilience planning and feasibility study, the purpose of which is to advance the efforts of Climate Ready Boston and climate resilient solutions for downtown Boston and the North End, to determine the relative feasibility of 3 solutions that have been proposed by these parties. The objective is to, together with the area stakeholders, residents, to reach consensus on a singular approach that can be further developed and constructed in subsequent procurements. The results will be a detailed site assessment, a report of findings, recommendations to mitigate flood impacts that can be used to plan and pursue funding for needed resiliency improvements at Long Wharf. The resulting planning design contract is budgeted at $500,000. It'll be advertised following the agency's designer selection policy, posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, Boston Herald, State's Combine system, as well as directly marketed with disadvantaged firms and various online trade publications. The engineering contract will be awarded to the top-ranked consultant through a applications-based selection process after being brought back to the board for prior approval. And with that, we're requesting the secretary be auzed to advertise and issue this request for proposals to procure this important planning design service. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening.
Item number 14, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids seeking bids for citywide site maintenance services at BRA-owned properties. Laura.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. As you know, the BPDA real estate team manages our property as though we live next door, with high standards for our staff and for the contractors who support us. As we've been increasingly hands-on across Boston neighborhoods, for example, by meeting regularly with Nubian Square stakeholders and providing nearby space for community events, we need more resources to meet those needs. Therefore, this invitation for bid continues our strategy of contracting with diverse groups of vendors so we can more nimbly respond to as-needed issues, as you heard from Ken earlier today regarding planning services. In this case, we will award a contract to a single vendor for services which will specifically include weekly maintenance of the Blair lot in Roxbury and the Terminal Street boat ramp in Charlestown, and as-needed services at other properties such as grass cutting, mulching, trash, and general cleanup. This IFB will be publicly advertised, including outreach to diverse firms. The work is currently performed under a smaller contract by a certified, small, Boston-based, and minority-owned business, so we're excited to continue growing these types of partnerships through this open, competitive process. The contract will be awarded to the lowest bidder who meets our requirements and will have a one-year term with 2 one-year options to renew. Our spend is not expected to exceed $150,000 per year. Thanks very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And votes aye, motion passes. Item number 15, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for fire pump replacement at the China Trade Building at 2 Boylston Street. Laura.
Thank you once again. As you know, the China Trade Building is a Class B office space. It's part of the National Historic Register, and it's home to many tenants, including colleges, businesses, government, and community nonprofits. For all these reasons, the building requires significant investment. I'm here today to talk specifically about the building's fire pump and control panel, which were both installed in the 80s and are outdated and underperforming. Through this invitation for bid, this project will achieve full building code compliance per the city's inspectional services and fire prevention standards, with appropriate engagement of architects, engineers, or designers. The IFB will be publicly advertised and affirmatively marketed. It will include all applicable wage requirements, and the contract will be awarded based on the lowest bid that meets our requirements, with an estimated cost of $250,000. Thanks very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 16, request authorization to execute a joint architecture engineering services studio contract to Studio Luz Architects Limited for House Doctor Architectural and Engineering Services on an as-needed basis for BRA-owned properties. Laura.
My final appearance before you this evening is regarding this additional contract award to Studio Luz. The details are identical to those presented during the EDIC board meeting earlier today, but I'm happy to reiterate any of those details or answer any additional questions that you may have at this time. So thank you once again.
Okay, do we have any questions, additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Laura. Okay, item number 17, request authorization to amend the consultant services contract with Tool Design Group LLC for the South Boston Transportation Activation Plan to increase the contract amount by up to $100,000. Sam.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Chief Jemison. My name is Sam Wright. I'm a senior transportation planner in the BPDA's Transportation and Infrastructure Planning Department. I'm here today to request authorization to carry out the first amendment to the South Boston Transportation Action Plan contract to increase the funding. On February 11th, 2022, the BPDA authorized the director to enter into a contract with Tool Design Group LLC. On April 6, 2022, BPDA executed this contract with Tool in an amount up to $400,000. Next slide, please. And as a reminder, the South Boston Transportation Action Plan is focused on the residential fabric of the South Boston neighborhood, bound by East and West First Street to the north, Old Colony and Day Boulevard to the south, and bound by Broadway Station and Castle Island to the west and east, respectively. The action plan is a continuation of prior and ongoing planning and design processes for the South Boston neighborhood and incorporates both the recommendations and assumptions related to land use and transportation planning in the Dorchester Avenue corridor, as well as the seaport. In addition to the growth pressure in the residential core, this study focuses on, there are significant growth planned for adjacent geographies. Over 12 million square feet of development planned for the Dorchester Avenue neighborhood, and then the seaport is half built out at 30 million square feet. This plan was requested from the neighborhood to respond to this adjacent and internal growth and to respond to ongoing concerns around safety following many serious and fatal crashes. A new transportation planning and design initiative in the South Boston neighborhood was really needed to respond to this new and existing context. Next slide, please. Since the commencement of the project, TWIL has completed 33% of the contract. The bulk of the planning work completed to date includes neighborhood visioning, public meeting planning, taking stock, and writing the draft existing conditions report. This project has focused on conducting background research on the existing conditions of the pedestrian, bike, transit, and street network. Following this task, we're going to host a public meeting and share and confirm the research that we've conducted, as well as focus on identifying community-led goals and principles. In the winter of 2023, we're going to begin identifying the universe of recommendations and working to refine them over the spring. We anticipate the final transportation plan to be released in the summer of 2023. The delivered action plan will be used by the BPDA and partner agencies to guide and review development proposals, inform development mitigation, and influence city capital budget decisions, and advocate for infrastructure investments by state partners. Next slide, please. Our request for increased funding comes in two discrete categories. The first is to offer the opportunity to deepen our outreach effort at a rate of $60,000 based on additional internal workload and decrease in available internal capacity, as we need additional consultant support to take on this engagement. This will be an expansion of our existing engagement budget of approximately $30,000. This will include, but not be limited to, 4 public meetings at each of the previously defined phases of the project, focus groups, stakeholder engagement, and pop-up events. This support will allow us to increase our capacity to listen and learn directly from community and meet the residents where they are. Next slide, please. The second category will be increased funding at a rate of up to $40,000 to fund a new scope task number 9. This task will be titled contingency. Specifically, this contingency will allow us to further advance the design of our recommendations. Each request to authorize task 9 funds will be associated with a specific approval from the BPDA project manager. We expect, next slide, please. We expect to return to you in 2023 for authorization to approve this final transportation plan that will function as a blueprint for the investments in the transportation network in the South Boston residential neighborhood. This concludes the presentation related to agenda item 17, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Sam. Item number 18, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the MARC project located at 99 Sumner Street in East Boston. There's no presentation, so this motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
I'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 19, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the Cote Village project located at 820 Cummins Highway and 30 through 32 Regis Road in Mattapan. There's no presentation, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 20, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the Summer Street Hotel project in South Boston waterfront located at 440 Summer Street, South Boston. No presentation, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 21, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 38 residential rental units, including 7 IDP units, 2,315 square feet of lobby and amenity space, including a 6th floor outdoor patio, 13 off-street parking spaces, and 60 bike storage spaces located at 36 Leo M. Birmingham Parkway, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Bohemus. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed project at 46 Leo Birmingham Parkway in Alston. The proposed redevelopment of the project site calls for the construction of a 6-story, approximately 39,505 gross square foot residential multifamily building. The proposed project will include approximately 38 residential units with 2,315 square feet of lobby and amenity space, including a 6th floor outdoor patio for tenants, 13 off-street parking spaces, and 60 bike storage spaces. Through the community process, the project underwent a number of important changes, including a reduction in massing in the rear adjacent to Murray Field, a reduction of parking, and an increase in both the IDP count to 18%, and an increase in the number of affordable 2-bed or larger units. Additionally, the project will improve the pedestrian realm and bike lanes near the project, encouraging the use of alternative transit through the use of a shared electric car for the building, the installation of solar PV on the roof, and helping to design a new intersection at Lothrop and Leo Birmingham to help mitigate the impacts of the significant amounts of new development in the area. I will now turn to Kathleen Onfer to walk you through the planning context for this project before the development team takes you through the project itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Bohemus. My name is Kathleen Onfer with Downtown and Neighborhood Planning. This project, like many areas of Alston Brighton, is located in an area of the neighborhood that has multiple recent and ongoing planning efforts, including just in the last 5 years, the Western Avenue Leo Birmingham Parkway Improvements Plan that directly informs the transportation mitigation for this project, the Alston Brighton Mobility Study that established a goal of a multimodal future for development in the area, and the currently underway Western Avenue Corridor Rezoning Study, which you see in the sort of stronger orange outline on this site with the arrow pointing to where the site is here. That study is establishing recommendations for desired housing growth along the Western Avenue corridor and priorities for affordable housing, including larger units. All of these planning efforts, as well as the ongoing adjacent and nearby development projects, have involved significant community feedback and participation, and that also helped inform how we approach the planning context for this review. Next slide, please. This project, in the planning context, staff focused on ensuring that those multimodal improvements that were in that, that Western Avenue Leo Birmingham Parkway Improvements Plan were achieved, and that we were implementing the recommendations, including a low-stress bike infrastructure and transit upgrades, and ensuring safe vehicle access to the site, given the importance of this corridor. That it's providing the desired housing program for land use and an increased IDP contribution, including a 3-bedroom IDP unit, matching community priorities and fair housing goals in the area. And also is appropriate to design transitions at the site level to the adjacent lower scale residential fabric in Murray Field, including responsiveness to design comments by the Boston Department of Parks and Recreation. I'll now turn it over to the project team.
Thank you, Kathleen and Nick. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Peter McCauley, and I'm a director at Arcs Urban, the developer for the project. I'm joined today by Paul Rufor, our counsel, and Dan Artigas from Embark, the project's architect. The project that we're bringing before you today, 46 to 48 Leo M. Birmingham Parkway in Brighton, consists of 38 residential rental units. The project has been shaped considerably by community feedback since we filed in February. As a result, we've included large units with an abundance of 2 and 3 bedrooms, and are proposing that over 18% of the units are income restricted under IDP. We've been thoughtful in our approach to transportation and are including over 1.5 bike spaces per unit and a dedicated electric vehicle car share. Additionally, we plan to greatly improve the pedestrian experience by widening sidewalks and reducing the large curb cuts that exist today. Finally, in our commitment to the city's climate goals, the building will be all electric, include the installation of solar panels, not just solar ready, and feature multiple green roofs that will be planted. I'll turn the presentation over to Dan Artigas from Embark now to review the architectural components and walk you through the site.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dan Artigas with Embark, we're the architect for the project. We can go to the next slide, please. In terms of siting of the project, we're located at 46 Leo Birmingham Parkway at the corner of Leo Birmingham and Lothrop Street. It's kind of the intersection of the larger scale developments that are being proposed and built along Leo Birmingham Parkway and a gateway on Lothrop Street to the single family context of the rest of the neighborhood. And in designing the building, we were very sensitive to that in the way that we developed the massing as well as the stepping of the project. Next slide, please. In terms of the site itself, it's located along a number of bus lanes and bus routes, but also within walking distance of the Boston Landing commuter rail station. Next slide. To build on those transportation improvements developed by the BPDA, and designed by Howard Stein Hudson, we're proposing to match the ongoing streetscape improvements, sidewalk widths, as well as increased tree plantings on both Leo Birmingham Parkway and Lothrop Street, as well as have input in the design of the intersection of Leo Birmingham and Lothrop Street, and widen and develop bicycle lanes on Leo Birmingham, and a sheltered parking space, a set of parking spaces along the street. Next slide will show the current conditions, I believe, which is the State Police Barracks. And currently along Leo Birmingham Parkway and Lothrop Street, there are two over 20-foot wide curb cuts, which impacts both the traffic around the site as well as the pedestrian experience. The proposal removes the curb cut along Leo Birmingham Parkway, as well as reduces the curb cut on Lothrop Street, which will act as the main entrance into the parking area. Next slide, please. This is the ground floor plan for the project. As you can see on the left-hand side is the streetscape along Leo Birmingham Parkway. We're proposing a dedicated loading and drop-off area in front of the site, which both takes advantage of the location of the fire hydrant in front of the site, as well as pulls vehicular traffic away from the current pedestrian crossing over Leo Birmingham Parkway, and lands at the corner of our site, where we've designed a main building entry point, locating amenity space and the lobby to fully activate the street face on the parkway. We've also located our bike room, which includes the over 1-to-1 bike per unit parking ratio. As we continue down Lothrop Street, we are introducing 2 additional street trees here where there are none, increasing the sidewalk width, as well as reducing that curb cut from over 20 feet to 12 feet for the ingress and egress of the 13 internal parking spaces on site. We'll also have trash and mechanical fully enclosed within the building. Next slide, please. In terms of the design of the building, we're directly adjacent to 50 Leo Birmingham, which has just completed construction, as well as across Lothrop Street from 30 Leo Birmingham, which has recently been approved. In terms of looking at the way that the building is massed along the street, we look to match the height of 50 Leo Birmingham, but start stepping down the massing as we go down to Lothrop Street. And on the next slide, you can see as we turn the corner, we further that stepping as we approach our rear abutters and the single-family homes along Lothrop Street to a smaller scale, more residential scale at our rear corner, as well as having a full 20-foot setback from our adjacent abutter, as well as Murray Field to the rear, working with Parks to provide an adequate buffer between our building and the park. Next slide, please. In terms of the materiality of the project, we're looking at using a mixture of materials as well as textures. So the introduction in the front white volume of horizontal clapboard siding, larger format paneled bays to create a sense of scale and rhythm along the facade, as well as the introduction of this textured fiber cement siding at the corner to break up the scale of the building and provide texture to the facade. Next slide, please. Just in terms to reiterate that massing and step backs, we not only have the 20-foot setback to the rear, but a number of step backs and step ups to our 6th floor roof terrace. And then on the lower roofs of the building, we're introducing sedum plant tray, fully landscaped roof. And then on the full rooftop, the 6th floor roof, we'll be introducing and installing photovoltaic panels as part of our development. Next slide, please. And this is just a view from the rear of the site, kind of showing how we're stepping back from the ballpark and Murray Field to our rear, as well as stepping down to our rear abutters. Next slide, please. So just to summarize, we have 38 units on the site, 40% of which will be larger scale 2 and 3 bed units, and almost 18.5% of those will be income restricted. 90 plus expected construction jobs. We're over 1.5 bike spaces per unit. We'll also be providing a dedicated electric vehicle car share space on the project, and improving pedestrian experience on not only Leo Birmingham Parkway and Lothrop Street, as well as introducing 1,000 square feet of green roof, having an all-electric building, and having a PV roof array on day 1 of construction completion. Thank you all for your time, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmart?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Cheers. Item number 22, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80, large project review of the zoning code for the construction of a mixed-use building consisting of 117 residential rental units, including 20 IDP units, 5,810 square feet of ground floor retail, commercial, service, and accessory uses, 13,185 square feet of common area, approximately 8,289 square feet of shared amenity space, 54 surface parking spaces, 121 bicycle spaces for residents and employees, and 31 bicycle spaces for visitors located at 30 Leo Birmingham Parkway, and to take all related actions. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Jemison. Michael Sinatra, Senior Project Manager with Development Review. The project before you is 30 Leo and Birmingham Parkway in Brighton. The existing site is approximately 36,680 square feet of land, which consists of a vacant bank, drive-through service, elevated signage, and a parking lot. Proposal before you is to construct one building of mixed use, both residential and office, consisting of 111,545 total square feet. 83,847 of which will be comprised of 117 rental units, of which 17% or 20 units will be IDP. The total unit mix consists of 6 studios, 94 one-bedrooms, 13 two-bedrooms, and 4 three-bedrooms. The IDP unit mix consists of 2 studios, 14 one-bedrooms, 3 two-bedrooms, and 1 three-bedroom. The maximum height of the building will be 6 stories at 70 feet with an FAR of 3.04. The project also includes 54 at-grade parking spaces. The project also includes several transportation improvements as well as other mitigation and community benefits items, the details of which are included in the board memo The ACA, so the project presented in front of both civic groups. The ACA has not taken a vote at this time, but the BAIA did submit a letter of support. As you also saw in your board packets, the comments were evenly split amongst the abutters and community and amongst the IAG. However, the proponent responded to a lot of the design feedback received from BCDC and was able to achieve 17% IDP at the community's request, which is much needed in the Allston-Brighton community. It is estimated that this project will create 120 construction jobs and that the total development cost will be $49.5 million. I will now turn it over to Kathleen Onifer of BPDA Planning to run through the planning context, and then to the development team from Mount Vernon Company to quickly run through their presentation, after which we would be happy to take any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Jemison and Secretary Bohemus. This is Kathleen Onifer from Downtown and Neighborhood Planning again. This project is immediately adjacent to the previous item you reviewed at 46 Leo Birmingham, and so also is operating under much of the same planning context, including the importance of the Western Ave Leo Birmingham Parkway Improvements Plan in establishing transportation mitigation and improvements, and the underway Western Avenue corridor rezoning study in establishing a land use vision for multimodal development with multifamily residential and active ground uses of ground floor uses. Next slide, please. During project review, the staff focused on ensuring the project aligned with this planning context, including achieving those improvements along the Leo Birmingham Parkway, also reflected in the previous project. Additionally, that this is a project achieving increased IDP contribution that reflects neighborhood and fair housing priorities, including providing more 2+ bedroom units and 2 units at lower AMI levels. And then that also this is a project with the streamlined design features appropriate to multifamily residential buildings, including a high degree of responsiveness to Boston Civic Design Commission review during the process. I'll now turn it over to the project team.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Eclipse with PCA Architects, representing also the Mount Vernon Company, the developer. Next, please. So just to give you a little context, as Kathleen mentioned, we are directly adjacent, and you can see in the lower right, 46 Leo Birmingham is directly to the right of our project site, currently a vacant bank and a surface parking lot. To the left of our project is 530 Western Ave, a residential building also owned by the Mount Vernon Company. And you can see Leo Birmingham almost to the corner, that intersection of Western Avenue. Next, please. And just to get a sense of some of the architecture around, the upper left is a brick building looking towards the site, just kind of over here, with 530 Western Ave in the distance. On the upper right, you can see 530 Western Ave now looking in zero direction. Foreground, our building proposed is right to the right of that. And then the 2 views to the bottom are the views from the neighborhood looking back out towards Leo Birmingham. Next, please. So in our site plan and ground floor plan, starting on the left with Leo Birmingham, we are adding a floating bus stop. There's currently a bus stop in this location. We're adding a floating bus stop and working with BTD, also adding a drop-off just beyond the bus stop for deliveries and rideshare pickup. Next to that, there's a raised bike lane. And then beyond that, a sidewalk with a width and landscaping that's consistent with some of the things that you just heard and things that are going on further down the street. But overall, on all 3 sides of the building that are adjacent to streets, we're widening the sidewalks, providing a significant amount more green space, and really working with the neighborhoods. That's something they asked for. Adding a dog run for the residents on the north side of the building, fenced in trash area. That was in response to neighbors' concerns about seeing trash just on trash day. It's not almost going to sit there. It usually sits inside the building. To the south, the bottom of the page, a large park that is open to the public with a significant amount of green space, but also some usable outdoor space that is adjacent to a community room. And the community room will be open and reservable to the public. So we'll just need to call the operations of the building to reserve that, and they can use that space anytime along with the outdoor space. The commercial space that you see in yellow on the corner is going to be used actually by the developer for their offices. So this will be the Mount Vernon Company's main headquarters. And that, along with the lobby space, will have a lot of glass and transparency along that to really activate that street. You can see our indoor bike space for one-to-one bike parking. There's a significant also amount of visitor parking spread out throughout the site. We are keeping the parking completely under the building and screened from view, keeping it as tight as possible in order to be able to have as much green space and outdoor space. And you can see that requires stackers. Also within this will be 25% level 2 EV chargers. Next, please. The upper floors, this is just a typical upper floor. And there's a mix of junior 1-bedrooms, which is sort of a studio with an internal one, studios, 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, all the way up to 3-bedrooms. This also gives you a pretty good sense of the way that the building starts to mass, and you'll see that in the perspectives in a minute. But we've kept sort of the main mass of the building along Leo Birmingham, and that holds the street line on Leo Birmingham, it just turns the corners. But once we start to go back into the neighborhood, we've set the building back pretty significantly, and you can see almost 24 feet on the north, that's to the property line. The sidewalk is another 5 feet or so beyond that. On the south side, we've set it back over 36 feet to this wing that comes out, but even more, 66 feet to sort of this inner courtyard. So we're really trying to address the scale of the buildings. It goes back into the neighborhood by setting it back, and then it also starts to step down a bit on the ends. Next, please. So in these elevations, the lower right elevation is the one facing Leo Birmingham. The material is predominantly brick. We worked very closely with the BCDC to find a building that really feels like it fits that context of Leo Birmingham. Our building next to us at 530 Western is brick. You can see there was some brick buildings as we went down the street. So the building facing there is brick, and then that brick mass turns the corner a bit on both Waverly and Lothrop. As it goes back into the neighborhood, it becomes a clapboard siding. But trying to keep it sort of feeling like one building rather than making it multiple buildings, it's a similar tone of clapboard siding as it goes back into the neighborhood. And then you can see there are locations where the corners step down both on Leo Birmingham and on the corner of Waverly and on Lothrop. And again, you'll see that better probably in the perspectives. Next, please. In a sense of the section, the long section here, you can see the parking tucked under the building. Leo Birmingham is on the right. As it was mentioned, the building is about 70 feet or slightly shorter than 70 feet from average grade. And then this section cut through here, again, looking back towards Leo Birmingham, Waverly and Lothrop on the two sides. And the building does step in once you get up to the 6th floor. Next, please. So I think this gets a better sense. This is looking at the building from Leo Birmingham at the corner of Western Avenue. We're sort of acknowledging that special corner and that great view out over the river with both the way that the roof line forms and some of the things that are happening on the ground floor, but also this glassy corner. You can see this sort of brick mass, which is very similar to what's happening on 530 Western. And then the building above the 5th floor changes from brick to a metal panel. Next, please. Looking the other direction, we have a probably slightly older view of 46 Leo Birmingham next to us, but you can get a sense of the scale of these buildings as they march down Leo Birmingham. But as was mentioned in the previous presentation, we are addressing the scale of the neighborhood as you sort of go back from this sort of main street. Next, please. And then looking from Waverly, this is the street just to the north. You can see that 24 approximately foot setback from the sidewalk with landscaping that helps to screen the parking and to soften this edge. This will be the dog park, but with a significant amount of plantings, both at ground level and trees. And you can start to see how the 5th floor changes material and sets back in the corners. Next, please. And along Lothrop Street, this 36-foot setback allows us to do a significant amount of green space with plantings, trees, and grass. And then beyond that is the hardscape space. You can see in the distance the community center, or community space, community room, that's open for the public to use. Next, please. So that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations. And I really like the community space being open to the community. That's really great. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 23. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, Small Project Review of the Zoning Code. In connection with the notice of project change for the Northampton Street Residence Project in the South End Urban Renewal Area, to change the building use from 47 income restricted rental units to 47 income restricted homeowner units located at 597 through 599 Columbus Avenue, and to take all related actions. Michael.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. Michael Sinatra, Senior Project Manager with Development Review. The project before you is the Northampton Street Residences Creation Project. This project was originally approved by this body in January of 2020. The existing site is a 9,586 square foot parking lot between the Southwest Corridor Park and the Newcastle Court Building, which is in its entirety is located in parcel 59 of the South End Urban Renewal Plan. The original proposal was to construct a new 5.5-story building with 47 rental units, 100% of which will be income restricted. The unit mix will consist of studios, 1 beds, 2 beds, and 3 beds. The total gross square footage will be 40,653 square feet. The height will be 61 feet. We have before you tonight seeking approval for a change of use from rental to home ownership only. No other changes are being proposed. The proponent is also committing to pedestrian improvements, including providing a design and construction cost estimate for a raised crosswalk, as well as site lighting to improve safety in the neighborhood. The project is expected to create 70 construction jobs and 5 permanent jobs. No parking will be associated with this project, but it will include 47 bike storage spots due to its close proximity to the Mass Ave T station. The project will also need South End Landmarks approval. The small project change was filed on July 26, 2022, and 2 public meetings were held on August 22nd, 2022, and September 8th, 2022. At this time, I will turn it over to Peter Spelios from the development team to go over his presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. Peter Spelios with Transit Real Estate. Thanks very much for the time this afternoon. The only change before this project this afternoon is the change of structure from 47 100% income restricted apartments to 47 100% income restricted home ownership units, which we're very excited about. It's very unique in the city of Boston to be able to do affordable home ownership units. And back in 2020, when we were last before you, although originally permitted and approved for apartments, we had indicated a preference and a commitment to seek opportunity to convert this into a home ownership opportunity for the community. So aside that, the project is identical from that which you approved in 2020 with 47 affordable units, 25% of it, which more than 25% are large family size units in a 5.5-story building. Happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have one for Peter. Peter, I'm excited about this. What led to the change, or what drove the change?
I appreciate the question. In 2020, when we originally approached the community, we heard a very strong preference to do home ownership units in the neighborhood. As you, I'm sure, are well aware, there are very few programs available that support home ownership creation for affordable. Since 2020, we've actually been working with Mass Housing and the Commonwealth Builder Program, which is a program which Mass Housing has rolled out, which supports affordable home ownership creation throughout the Commonwealth. And Mass Housing has been working with the Mayor's Office of Housing to do implementation of that program here in Boston, and will be one of, I understand, a few projects that will be able to take advantage of Mass Housing's new home ownership affordable program.
Wonderful. Love to see more of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 24. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80's large project review of the zoning code for the construction of Roxbury Prep Charter School with 46 on-site parking spaces located at 69 through 71 Proctor Street, and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson, and Secretary Polimis. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm the project manager for the proposed Article 80 project before you tonight at 6971 Proctor Street, known as Roxbury Preparatory Charter School, located in the New Market area. The proponent, Oncoming Schools Incorporated, submitted their letter of intent March 16, 2022, following that with the submission of their PNF project notification form on June 16, 2022. The project involves demolition of an existing single-story storage office structure and abandoned three-story residential house on site, and the construction of a new four-story academic facility, approximately 83,500 gross square feet. The new facility includes classrooms, a cafeteria, a gymnasium, and multiple administrative and storage spaces, along with approximately 46 on-site vehicular parking spaces. The charter school will serve students from 9th to 12th grade. In July 2022, the proposed project was presented to the community at the Impact Advisory Group and in a public meeting. The project was well received and has generated support from the community and local elected officials. It is important to note that the proponent has committed to work with the BPDA staff and our city partners in both Parks Department and BTD throughout the design review process to determine the curbside regulations best to accommodate, one, the peak pickup drop-off hours for the school, and number two, the users of Clifford Playground, and number three, the public parking lot that serves the staff and constituents visiting 1010 Mass Ave. Once finalized, the curbside programming and the associated signage will be memorialized in the TAPA Transportation Access Plan Agreement, known as TAPA. I would like to also add that the project has had support from elected officials, including Council Baker. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I have the development team here with me today to present the project in detail, to answer any questions in regards to design changes, any other questions you may have. I will now turn it over to Ted, who will talk about the planning context. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ted Schwartzberg. I'm a senior planner at the BPDA, and I'm one of the team leads for Plan New Market. This proposal lies directly at the center of the Plan New Market geographic scope. The Plan New Market process is ongoing, and among the primary goals of this planning process are to come up with a plan for a 21st century industrial neighborhood that includes increasing job density and total jobs in the neighborhood, as well as promoting job access for Boston residents. Some of the avenues for achieving these goals include maintaining traditional industrial jobs while also attracting urban industrial uses of the future. Other goals include preserving creative economy workspaces, enhancing the climate resilience of the neighborhood, retaining distribution services that are essential to Boston and the region, and enhancing local manufacturing and supply chains to improve resilience to shocks. Next slide, please. Now, in this planning study, educational use was not a use that was directly contemplated. However, a school is a compatible land use with the industrial uses that I mentioned earlier, and indirectly by training Boston residents, this furthers the goal of increasing job access for Boston residents. And in terms of the physical plan, the proposal design is consistent with emergent design and dimensional guidelines from the planning process, as well as the public realm is also has been informed. The review of the public realm has been informed by the planning process. So now on to Dan and the proponents to describe the project. Thank you.
Yes, I will now turn it over to Bob Baldwin, who is here representing Roxbury Prep School, to go over the presentation of the project.
Thank you, Dan. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson, Secretary Polimis, thank you for listening to us tonight. I am a development manager working for Roxbury Prep Charter School. I'll give you a little background on the school and why we like the site, and then turn it over to our architect to walk you through the design and circle back for questions. So So Roxbury Prep is a charter school that was founded about 20 years ago, really one of the very first charter schools in Boston. It currently has 3 middle schools, 2 of them located in Boston Public School buildings, another one in leased space in the Mission Hill area, and 1 high school. The high school was founded about 5 or 6 years ago and has been frankly searching for a home ever since. It is currently split between 2 leased spaces, one in Hyde Square down, or Cleary Square down in Hyde Park, and the other is in leased space in Nubian Square. So this is really the conclusion of a long, grueling effort to find a site. The total school has about 1,600 students, virtually all of whom are Boston residents, and most of whom actually live in the Roxbury and Dorchester neighborhoods. So the site, we think, is really extremely suitable, and we're very, very pleased to land here. Some of the highlights of why we like it are the location. As I mentioned, the students are very much coming from the Roxbury and Dorchester neighborhoods nearby. The public transportation is really stellar between the Fairmount line, Mass Ave bus lines, Melniacast bus lines, Nubian Square Transportation Center, all of which are in walking distance. As a high school, the students do not get the yellow school buses. They all virtually, well, certainly most of them come by public transportation, and this is a great site for that. Also, a shout out for the Newmarket BID, Business Improvement District, and the shuttles that will be coming from that. So we really just are very excited to be a part of all of that. The size of the site at a little under an acre is suitable and works, and needless to say, we're delighted to be able to look out over Clifford Park, which we think is a tremendous neighborhood asset. So with that, let me turn it over to Jonathan, who will walk you through our design.
Thanks, Bob. Next slide. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Directors of the Board, Director Jameson. Pleased to be with you today. As you can see, this is the site context aerial view. Clifford Playground is in the south of this map. Our site is clearly identified with the label there right along Proctor Street and Magazine to the north on this slide. Next slide. This is the ground floor plan, so starting at the bottom of the page, which is Proctor Street, our team has worked really hard and in collaboration with the BPDA, Urban Design, and the community on creating what we think is a really active edge for the main entry lobby at the lower left-hand side of the page. So as students arrive every day, they'll be coming in off of Proctor Street and greeted by administration and then led up and through the building. We have a great dining common space to the left-hand side with some good daylight that's going to fill that space and help activate the street edge. And then we have 46 on-site parking spaces on the north side of this plan. Next slide. This is the second floor, which shows an array of classrooms in the orange color. We also have some specialty rooms with respect to engineering, and you'll see some arts and music spaces throughout as well. Administrative space, and then what we're calling a health and wellness side of the building with the gymnasium, locker rooms, strength training rooms, and then some stage and dance for informal performances. Next slide. Third floor, again, an array of classrooms along Proctor Street, science labs, art space, and other administrative space. Next slide. And finally, the fourth floor, which again is more academic classes, classrooms, and science labs and administrative space. Next slide. This is a series of renderings we'll go through. This is from Proctor Street, so we're a little bit lifted from the street level so that you can really get a sense of the architecture. What's right there in the foreground is the entry signage, Roxbury Prep High School. On common schools, and you can see the main entrance, which is tucked under the volume above. And then we're also looking at a rich articulation of materiality, really honing in on the school's colors with the rich blue that's there, and working that into an iron spot gray brick palette, and then also a warm tone color panel, and mixing that in with some nice glass and a variety of how we're looking at the materials. There's a nice playfulness to the arrangement. Next slide. These are sort of straight on elevations. The top one is taken from the Clifford Playground. So this is if you're at the baseball side of the playground looking back at the building. And again, we just wanted to play on this idea that the building should be youthful because it's serving a nice high school population for Boston students. And so how do we create that idea of playfulness and richness across the building? And then Magazine Street, taking the same architectural treatment along that side of the building and using some super graphics on the gymnasium itself, again, to identify the school's use. Next slide. And then we have a view right at street level as if you're entering the building. So we're using the blue color as the entry canopy, signaling entrance. And then to the left-hand side at the ground level is the dining commons cafeteria space. And we've worked closely with our landscape team and the city's urban design team on the sidewalk dimensions and things like street trees, bike parking, so that we have a number of different pedestrian amenities coming to the sidewalk. Next slide. This is a view along Magazine Street. As you can see, the building and our adjacent abutter, and we're also working hard to screen in the surface parking that's on this side of the building. Next slide. This is a view taken in the evening. We just wanted to show the building's character. It's right there in the foreground, and how it's really going to bring on a new complement to the New Market District and the city at large. You can see the energy and vitality that this building will contribute to the neighborhood. Next slide. This is a view from the opposite edge of Proctor Street and Clifford Playground. You're seeing the dining commons in the foreground, and again, the main entry would be to the far right-hand side. And we're also playing with the edges of the facade to create a nice undulation of the brickwork and of the panel work to give the building some nice depth and scale. Next slide. And this is our final slide. It just is more of a summary. A school for 800 students, over 125 union workers, close proximity to New Market commuter rail, and we are committed to a LEED Gold certifiable project. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Jonathan. Just wrapping up a few things. With the sustainability, it will be an all-electric building. There will be no fossil fuels coming into this building, so we're very delighted about that. We are looking to break ground in February. It will be constructed by our neighbor, Suffolk Construction, by the Public Procurement Chapter 149A process. And look to occupy in 2024. And then just to highlight some of the design features that sort of came out of this process, Jonathan mentioned them, but both the sidewalks on Magazine Street and Proctor Street have been widened and expanded at the request of the community and the urban design folks. The bike storage has been moved and greatly improved, I think. Pickup and drop off, Dan mentioned. It's incumbent upon us to make sure we don't create traffic jams out there. So we will continue to work with the folks in the Parks Department to accommodate our pickup and drop off morning and afternoon, but not take street parking, which is valuable down around there. And of course, we'll be continuing to work with the Parks Department to make sure that our use of the park does in no way hurt anybody else's use of the park. And in fact, we look forward to being benefiting the park. So with that, we'll open it up. We're done.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you. So just as just to kick off the questioning, this is an interesting place to locate a school. I'm curious about and the design looks great. I mean, it looks like it's going to be an amazing facility that these students deserve. So I'm very happy about that. In some of the concerns or letters that we've gotten, and just, mine as well as, what type of mitigations or what's going to be done to, make the area, right, Newmarket, maybe not the first place I think to put a school, to make that a safe and conducive place for learning and for our, for our young leaders. So anything along those lines, I'd appreciate.
Yeah, thank you, and a good question, and one we've considered deeply. I'm going to touch on a few things, and then if John Verrilli is on the line here, I hope he's the regional director for Roxbury Prep, and he can also talk a little bit about it more directly. But I think, we're certainly aware of what's going on down there and the efforts to, turn things around, if you will. First of all, I think, we're part of the solution, not part of the problem. I think bringing, this kind of investment, this kind of institutional, stable user down there, putting eyes on the park, putting eyes on Proctor Street, will greatly enhance, I think, a lot of what's going on down there. I think that, with respect to our students coming and going, these are high school students. They're certainly, old enough, I think, to traverse the neighborhood safely. And again, I just think it's a good regular presence that will help out. We look to activate Proctor Street quite a bit with 800 students coming and going. Again, right opposite the park. We look to utilize the park. We look to work with parks. We've already offered financial mitigation funds, and we'll have ongoing discussions with parks to make sure that Clifford Park is everything it should be. Working with our neighbors at the base and the Mason School. So those are a couple of things that we have in mind.
That's great. And let me be clear. I mean, I want to give the other people you mentioned a chance to respond as well. I am absolutely for the building of this school. This is more, and maybe it's less of a question for you and more for us at the agency. But what are we doing? What do I have to do? What are we doing as a city to ready this area and invest in this area appropriately, so that way, we do create a safe and environment for these children, right? So again, whoever can speak to that, be appreciated, but more of being what do we got, what can we do, right? What are our plans to do from a city perspective?
Appreciate it. From our perspective, we think that, everything's on a good track, but I don't want to speak for the city. Maybe Ted would like to jump in, and I know John Verrilli is here to speak from the school's perspective.
Yeah, Bob, thanks. I can jump in. Good evening, everyone. My name is John Borley. I'm the Senior Director at Roxbury Prep. Thank you for this time today. So to address your question about what can we do as a community, as a city, and as a state, I will say that work is starting and has been ongoing. There's so many dedicated members of the Newmarket community who are working to improve this community. And so just this week alone, now Senator-elect Liz Miranda, who represents this district as a state representative, had a joint meeting. Mayor Wu came down, the new police commissioner came down. All the community members walked the area and then had a joint meeting together to kind of talk about the issues that face this community. And it was really great to see, and Roxbury Prep is really looking forward to being part of that solution. And so where we have built schools and occupied schools in the past, it has been an improvement to the community. Having 800 students and faculty there in a zone that is currently just open space and attracts elements that that a school will change. And so we're hopeful, and there's a lot of investment in the community, and there's a lot of hope right now and a lot of work being done. And so I think it's going to be joint effort from both the city and the state working together, and that meeting that I attended just this week was really exciting to see.
And
one specific, I'm sorry, just to throw it out, the business improvement district, I think, is a real concrete sign of that progress.
And I'm happy to talk about, to address the question, Chair Rojas, about what is the city doing. So one of the biggest initiatives that this agency is undertaking in the area is Plan Newmarket, as I mentioned earlier. And this neighborhood, Newmarket, was the designated industrial area for when a lot of the food distribution and urban industrial uses that were located adjacent to us here in City Hall moved out from Quincy Market and Faneuil Hall and went into that area. So the public realm, specifically the streets and sidewalks, were designed for essentially a lowest common denominator of how do we move goods in and out, how do we get turning radii for trucks. And the T station, the Newmarket Fairmount line stop didn't exist at the time. That's a relatively new station. And so through Plan Newmarket, number one, in terms of safety and public realm, what we're looking at is moving away from this model of the lowest common denominator that every street needs to serve the most demanding truck user and move into creating a hierarchy of streets where the streets and sidewalks will be safe for all users and all modes. And that's not necessarily to the detriment of trucks that still need to get in and out, but certainly Proctor Street is a street that is looked at as not a critical corridor for freight in an area that Plan Newmarket is going to be making recommendations for Public Works and the Transportation Department to make improvements to make it more pedestrian friendly. And that's Proctor Street, but especially Magazine Street is the only street that connects east-west in from Roxbury into Newmarket. And so that's actually a critical corridor that's been identified in Plan Newmarket as an area for future public investment to make it a connector that is suitable for all road users, especially vulnerable road users, including pedestrians, many of whom will eventually likely be the students that would attend this school. So that's a little bit on the public realm and how Plan Newmarket seeks to address that.
And what is the timeline for Plan Newmarket?
Plan Newmarket right now is looking to have a draft plan wrapped up around year's end. And ideally, after we bring the draft plan to the community and stakeholders for vetting, I hope to be before you again on my own agenda item for the plan itself, perhaps around January. And so after the board reviews it, presuming that there is adoption of the plan at some point over the winter, then the public realm recommendations that we developed in conjunction with BPDA and Public Works would then be adopted by those departments for implementation.
Okay, just as I know we're going to get there in a couple months. I would like a specific call out in the Plan Newmarket or in the memo or somewhere, right? That kind of addresses this now as a school, as a place for a school. So however, I don't want to mess up your outline, right? But I think I definitely do want that aspect to be included in that. Please and thank you. So, but do any other board members have questions or comments?
I have a question for Bob, Madam Chair. Bob, I think you're best suited, but before that, I have a comment. I think it's a perfect place for a school. If anything that area needs is more light, more activity, more people watching and complaining. That's the problem. The sun goes down, there's nobody sees it, and that's why it happens until the morning when the sun comes up, and then the disbursement happens. But so I think it's a great spot, and you're not sheltering any of these kids. They live within a couple of miles of that and see it practically every day, unfortunately. My question, Bob, I saw that Suffolk was hired, great contractor, neighborhood contractor, and I see the commitment to the building trades. How is it being bid?
Yeah, Mr. Monahan, so this would be under Chapter 149. Our intention is to proceed through Chapter 149A, which allows us, of course, to hire Suffolk as our construction manager. And then the series of trades, sub-trades that are identified in the law will go out as a filed sub-bid. That's, worth probably about half the value of the construction that most of the MEP trades, and a number of others, painting and whatnot. Those will be low bid to qualified contractors. We are going through the pre-qualification process as we speak, and there's a process to make sure we have good, solid firms. And then Suffolk will go out and solicit bids for the non-filed trade, and of course, as a signatory, they will be certainly with certain trades only looking at union contractors. Everything will be prevailing wage.
Yeah, required per their collective bargaining agreement. But I appreciate it. I'm not very familiar with the law, but that's really not a commitment because of the file submit law, which isn't your problem. I mean, that's the law, so it's really not a building trades job yet, and probably will not be based on history. So you'll have companies not from the area. They will have to comply, I assume, with the Boston plan?
Yes, absolutely.
And certainly in the pre-qual there's certainly things you can do to kind of make it more of a job that chugs along properly with the right people on the job that reflect the neighborhood, and et cetera. But we know that their goals, it's not mandatory, unfortunately. So, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Picking up on both what my colleague Mike Monahan and our chair have addressed, I agree that this is an appropriate area for school, and its presence will be, I think, transformative. This is also an area where there are a great many different stakeholders and actors. Light industry and transportation and 1010 Mass Ave with the city, and just a lot of stuff going on. And I wonder who you anticipate can really take a lead role in assuring that 5 years from now, the kind of mission that you're setting for the school in the context of how the school networks with the neighborhood, who do you anticipate is really going to be taking the lead to carry out the kind of ambitious social and neighborhood cultural plans that you're putting forward here? And it may be that Ted is the one who has to address that.
Well, I'll give you a quick answer, I think, which is and it's an evolving neighborhood, as we know as well. You're absolutely correct. I think, we have been reaching out and speaking with a lot of the institutions in the neighborhood, Mason School, the Base, the food bank. These are public and nonprofit institutions which frankly seem to be, have some of the best staying power and the most interest in changing things. And I think that, so I would suggest that, a collaboration with those groups, which has already started, will be a potential leader. With that, John Verley, I think it might be a good opportunity for you just to speak a little bit about this, because you've been forging most of those relationships, and I know you have some ideas.
Yeah, we have spent the last 6 months meeting with members of the community, from the Red Cross down the street on Proctor Street to the Greater Boston Food Bank, the Base, which has been a great partner, and we look to have a great partnership moving forward because we both serve Boston youth through education and sports and a very similar mission. Look forward to working directly with the Mason School, which will be an immediate neighbor. And we are already a customer of City Fresh Foods, which is doing an expansion right down on Shirley Street. And so it is a community that I have found is really dedicated to working together, and we have been really welcomed with open arms, and it's been really great to see, and it's a community that is looking forward to working together. And I will say that Sue Sullivan from the Newmarket Business Association has been a great leader and a great partner, and we have worked with her carefully over the last several months, and she is a great supporter. We look forward to joining the Newmarket bid, and she's already started great programs where she has hired about 30 members of the community who used to be, down in the encampment in Mass and Cass, who are now working to clean up the park and work in the neighborhood. And so it is those kind of efforts that have already started that we look forward to joining in and being an active member in going forward.
It would be remiss if we also just didn't mention Suffolk, our neighbor, which is there to stay, and their leadership shows.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay. Dr. Lansford, does that answer your question, or did you want an additional response?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay. Additional questions or comments from the board? Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready for a vote. No, I think you have definitely waited long enough to find a home for these children and in their education. So I don't want to delay any further. And we have an obligation as a community to to help to prepare the neighborhood and everything. There definitely is a willingness. I know that's there. And I do think that the school is going to be a transformative element, not only for this area, for the city, but for all the city and the world. You've got such great students. So anyway, I believe a motion is in order now.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay, Director Bohema, should we take one more? Should we take a break?
Let's take a break.
Okay, yes. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we commence the public hearing portion of our agenda. So it is, what time is it? Sorry, I'm on full screen. 5:34, 5:35. Let's just start at 5:40. So we'll resume at 5:40. Okay. See you soon.
And I will be recusing myself from the first of those hearings, so I'll be back when that hearing is over.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you in at 5.
We are good to go.
Okay, great. So we're now starting the public hearing portion of the meeting. So that is agenda item number 32. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80A-2 and 80D-5 of the Boston Zoning Code. Consider the proposed Fifth Amendment to Northeastern University 2013 to 2023 Institutional Master Plan for the inclusion of the renovations and addition to the Snell Library. This hearing was duly advertised on August 31st, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking both support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimonies, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your camera will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about the proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. And at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. And finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Quinn will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. The proposal before you is for the Fifth Amendment to the Northeastern University 2013 to 2023 Institutional Master Plan. The proposed amendment would allow the university to complete a renovation of their Snell Library building, consisting of approximately 138,000 interior square feet and a new 2,500 square foot addition that would enclose existing atrium space. The renovation would allow the university to provide modern study space that meets the needs of 21st century students. The proposed project does not meet the threshold of substantial renovation and therefore does not qualify for a large project review. This amendment also qualified for an expedited review procedure. A task force meeting was held on July 13th, 2022, and the amendment was well received by the task force members in attendance. Now I will turn it over to Victoria Abolina from the Northeastern University team to begin the presentation.
Victoria, you're on mute. Can't hear you. Or it doesn't look like you're on mute. I couldn't hear you though. Still can't hear you.
Is this better?
There. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Quinn. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jameson, Secretary Polimas. My name is Victoria Abolina, and I'm an Associate Vice President for Campus Planning and Design at Northeastern University. I'm joined today by my colleague, Dan Cohen, who is the Dean of the Libraries, Vice Provost for Information Collaboration, and Professor of History, and John Tobin, who many of you know, Vice President of City and Community Engagement. We are here today because we're requesting a Fifth Amendment to our institutional master plan for the renovation and minor expansion of the interior of our library. Next slide, please. Built in 1990, Snell Library is located in the core of our campus, along the MBTA tracks on one side and surrounded by academic buildings on the other 3 sides. The total square footage of our building is 246,000 square feet. The proposed project will facilitate the rapidly evolving research and learning objectives of the university and allow library specialists to more effectively partner with faculty and scholars and conceive how 21st century experiential research library works. Through a renovation of existing building, each floor will have a unique focus to maximize usable space and facilitate innovation, collaboration, and independent study. Next slide, please. A modest expansion of 2,500 square feet is located underneath an overhang created by the floors above. It is utilizing a really underutilized space, and this space will improve the arrival sequence to the library and provide additional assembly space for community-focused initiatives that Dan Cohen will discuss later in our presentation. Next slide, please. The total renovation, as Quinn mentioned, is 138,000 square feet and will provide updates to the library that will enhance the student experience, locate appropriate resources in centralized areas, and help deliver the goals of the university to students, faculty, and our staff. The repurposed basement, so the diagrams on the side, the plan diagrams on the side show the extent of renovation, so everything that's in color is renovation, everything that's gray will remain the same. So the repurposed basement will feature archives and special collections that we're famous for. The first floor will support events and programming. The second floor will feature an experiential learning center and creativity hub. The third floor will be designated as Center for Digital Scholarship. And last but not least, the fourth floor will be reserved for focused and collaborative study. If this change is approved by this board and the zoning commission, the project will take about 20 months to complete and will be phased to allow it to remain open during renovations. The priority for us is to provide student study space throughout the renovation work, but also to complete this, to bring this library to the way students study and research in 21st century. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dan to describe some of our community initiatives, and I'll be available for questions. Dan, next slide, please.
Thanks so much, Victoria. We're really proud of our library's decades-long commitment to our surrounding community. As Victoria mentioned, our Archives and Special Collection actually houses many of the records of local community organizations, and we've actually expanded that greatly with our Boston Research Center initiative. We're expanding the footprint of Archives and Special Collections, as Victoria mentioned, on the lower level, and working to archive social justice movements in Boston, neighborhood histories, and culture, and the records of community groups, and this will give us a larger footprint to do that work. These Archives and Special Collections are open to the community. We have an open door policy for visiting Archives and Special Collections, and it's going to be in a much brighter and glass enclosed space that people can work in to look at these important records, the history and culture of Boston. We are also expanding our community programming. We have long had a Neighborhood Matters series, and as Victoria mentioned, the modest increase in the footprint in the atrium space, which will also be glass enclosed so people can see in, is going to be completely open to the public. So when we have these series on that feature our Archives and Special Collections, the public will be able to see that from the outside, come in, visit with us, participate, and there'll be many opportunities for community members to work with our librarians and archivists that can occur in this more open and easily accessible event space. We're also proud of our work with the Boston Public Schools. I'll just mention briefly that we've been leveraging Northeastern's relationships with academic publishers to make more content accessible to Boston Public School students for free. Recently, for instance, we licensed the Jove series of science videos. It's over 10,000 introduction videos to the practice of science and technology, lab work, bench science, and as part of our negotiation with the publisher that produces those videos, we asked for and received free access for all Boston Public School students and instructors so that they can make use of this Jove real treasure of videos as well. We're also working with various Boston Public School educators on integrating information from our collections, from archives, into the curriculum. We have something called Teaching with Archives, where students, dozens of classes a year from BPS, actually come into our building and work directly with the physical objects, the original records that we house in Archives and Special Collections. So we're thrilled to have a modernized space for these workshops and presentations and for the work that we're continuing to do with the communities that surround us.
And this concludes our presentation, and we're here to answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just a comment. I think that's fantastic use of the space, and I wish you the best with the project.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think the more that we can get our young minds, into higher education, like learning spaces, and that really just helps and does wonders to demystify kind of whether or not you can kind of see yourself there. So it worked for me, and I'm super excited and thankful that you're providing that service. So, all right. If there are no further comments, the motion.
Madam Chair, this is a public hearing.
Oh, this is a public hearing. I'm so sorry. It's been a really long day, everybody. Okay, this is a public hearing. So,
All right, I'm going to start to take testimony. Gary Walker, you could unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, Gary Walker, electrician technician, local 103. I'd like to speak and strive support. For many years, Northeastern's been a great user of our services, and we thank them for continuing. Thank you very much.
Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, everybody. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. I'm here on behalf of hundreds of Boston residents that are in strong support of this project. For many years, Northeastern has been asked to please house their students in campus, and it's nice to see that they're working with the community to see this happen. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Minor. Would anyone else like to testify on this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
okay, great. Do we have any written testimony that needs to be received in the record?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, so Secretary Polhemus, we've got 7 minutes before the next item. Do we want to wait, slide in another one? How do we want to do this?
I think we should probably just wait for 7 minutes. I don't think we have time to get another.
Yeah, okay. So we are going to take a now 6 minute break. We will resume with the second public hearing at 6 o'clock. have a quorum. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. So this is agenda item number 33, yes, and it is a public hearing. So simultaneous Chinese interpretation are being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder that to all who are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Cantonese and Mandarin, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and by selecting Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. Also, you must mute original audio. So I'll now ask Anna and Terry if you could please interpret the instructions I gave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting today. 大家好，我 Anna。我哋今日嘅廣東話同步翻譯員，依家見到個地球儀嘅時候，請你撳落去揀 Cantonese， 咁就去到廣東話嘅翻譯頻道啦。如果用手機嘅話咧，撳個3個點點點點，就揀更多，再揀 Cantonese， 咁都去到呢個頻道噶啦喎。唔該曬，一陣間見。Your turn, Terry.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everybody. My name is Terry. I'll be your Mandarin interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我会是你们的国语翻译。待会呢，你在屏幕下方会看到一个地球仪的图标，你点选地球仪的图标，然后再选择普通话 Mandarin， 你就可以听到国语的频道了。如果你是用手机或者是平板电脑上来的话呢，您可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择语言的选项，也可以进入到国语的频道。好，谢谢大家。Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Terry. So now, Nisha, would you please enable the interpretation channel? Okay, so as you can see, there is the interpretation globe icon there on the bottom of the screen. Remember, click Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. I'm just going to give a second for people to join. While we wait, if you are having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. So please take note of that phone number on the screen. If you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you can call that number. The project presentation has been translated into Cantonese and Mandarin and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing for the 51 Melcher Street project, which was scheduled to be held on August 11, 2022 at 5:50 p.m. Dr. Ted Lensmark moved and the board voted to table the proposed actions for further consideration. At this time, I move to take from the table the proposed actions for consideration and to hold the public hearing. Motion is in order.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Okay, great. So starting off, this is a public hearing for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency being held in conformance with sections 80A-2, 80B-5, and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed third amendment to the second amended and restated development plan for 49, 51, and 63 Melcher Street within Planned Development Area number 69, South Boston, the 100 acres. This hearing was duly advertised on August 31st, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Mr. Nick Carter will now begin the presentation. Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jemison, Secretary Bohemus. We're here before you this evening to discuss the currently proposed plan development area amendment to the 100 acres master plan and the associated project at 51 Melcher Street. I would first like to start by thanking the community, especially the IAG, who have engaged in an extensive community process where we have heard many opinions on this project, as well as about lab use in the city in general, which has helped to inform the BPDA's understanding of lab projects across the city and how they should be approached. We also acknowledge that the challenges, particularly those that come from lab usage in residential areas, the desire to be supportive of the growing life science industry in Boston, that lab use is an allowed use at this location, and the impacts from construction that come with developing a site that shares party walls with residential abutters, and recognize the need for ongoing communication, both with this agency and the development and construction teams, to minimize the impacts on neighbors and expect to have a ready partner in GI partners. We hope that tonight serves to support the BPDA's commitment to a continued open and supportive community dialogue as this project continues its review process. The proposed project, located at 51 Melcher Street, Fort Point, seeks to convert a currently vacant office building to a new life science lab building, which is an allowed use. That should be renovate, not convert, which is a currently allowed use. The conversion will preserve the historic facade of the existing building, rehab the historic sky bridge over Necco Court, and upgrade the surrounding pedestrian realm. Through the plan development area amendment, the developers have voluntarily limited the life science facility to biosafety levels 1 and 2, and will update the groundwater conservation and coastal flooding requirements from the zoning code and add them to the PDA. Additionally, the building will be LEED Gold and will have a 97% reduction in fossil fuel usage. The project also brings a number of benefits to the neighborhood, including numerous jobs, a new conference room for community use in the building, $60,000 to fund scholarships in STEM, and $45,000 for public art installations in the immediate area. I will note that I have a few email testimonies to read after the public comments, but I will now turn to Kathleen Onifer to take you through the planning context for this project before the development team takes you through the project.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Jemison, and Secretary Bohemus. My name is Kathleen Onifer, and I'm with Downtown Neighborhood Planning. This project site does not have a recent area or neighborhood plan, so the planning context was evaluated based on recent citywide plans, including plans addressing housing, transportation, and overall comprehensive planning in Imagine Boston 2030. The planning context was also established by the surrounding mixed-use context of the neighborhood, the underlying zoning for the site, and the needs of adaptive reuse of a historic building in the Fort Point Landmark District. Design review for the project emphasized the historic character of this landmark building while sensitively addressing new zoning requirements for resiliency in the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District, as well as requirements for bicycle parking. The project also completed a rigorous review for sustainability and energy efficiency as part of the city's climate goals. I'll now turn it over to the project team.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polimas. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Joe Imparato. I manage development for GI Partners. And just briefly a little bit about GI. So we specialize in science, technology, and infrastructure real estate. More specifically, we operate about 8 million square feet of data centers, life science buildings, and specialty use facilities for companies like aerospace and defense and technology contractors. So we're not new to this use. We're long-term holders and operators of this asset class. We own and operate several properties in and around Boston, including 451 D Street, which is just a couple blocks away, Blackstone Science Center over in Cambridge, and 51 Melcher, which my colleague Greg Lusky, who's our project manager, is going to dive into some of the details in a minute. But we're excited to present this project, which, as Nick mentioned, proposes to reuse an older vacant built office building and make it a research and development building, which what we're targeting is to eliminate direct fossil fuel usage. As Nick mentioned, we're at 97%. We're trying to figure an alternative for that last 3%. So that's something that we're really excited about. But I just wanted to take 1 second to just mention something that we agree that the goal of the Article 80 process should be a meaningful collaboration between a proponent, the city, the public, and the IAG's role has been invaluable. We've undertaken an aggressive community outreach effort over the last 9 months. We've been at this since January. We've held several meetings, open houses for the neighbors, while meeting directly with the IAG about 3 times. And we recognize that the life science industry and the work that's conducted in these research laboratories is new to the public. And the misinformation and confusion about the facts can be a result of that. And so as you may be aware, we've engaged in a long and I'd like to say productive public process with the IAG and have made a number of changes and concessions to address the issues they've raised. And although it's been at a great cost of the project, and we may not agree eye to eye on everything, we do feel that the project is better as a result of their input. Just like the effort we went through with the IGBC to, we had a much lower fossil fuel reduction, we've got it up to 97%. So this has been a good, healthy interaction. We're fully engaged as an owner. And we understand that the neighbors have questions, and we try to respond to the issues where we have control. I would say the industry is heavily regulated by local, state, and federal guidelines. And we've got a good team on the project too. We're not tourists to this space. We've worked on many life science projects in residential neighborhoods in and around Boston and Cambridge. And we've made the commitment to undertake a strong communication effort with our neighbors as a means to educate everyone on the infrastructure and the procedures that truly make these buildings safe, and highlight the fact that BSL2, which we're proposing to limit to, it's safe and by its nature prohibits work on biological agents that pose a high threat to human health. There's over 120,000 people in Massachusetts alone that work in these buildings every day, and there's over 45 million square feet of this space just in the Boston, Cambridge immediate area alone, and that space has been around for a long time. But we understand the concerns, and we've tried to make commitments, including soundproofing the walls, making restrictions on vivarium use, providing access to our community space, and a number of other things. But we also understand the community process doesn't end tonight. We're part of the neighborhood, and so we're committed to continuing the work with the community and keeping them involved through the construction. And the last point I'd like to make, and I'm going to stop blabbing and turn it over to Greg, is that I appreciate the decency, I think, with all parties engaged here. I think these days it's easy, especially behind a Zoom screen, to maybe take the low road, take a low blow here or there. But I think everyone in this process, if you don't see eye to eye, everyone's treated each other like a person. And on a personal level, I appreciate that. And despite maybe what Tom and Sarah and Lauren may say, I sincerely thank them for all their effort. And so with that, I'll start talking and hand things over to Greg Lusky, who's our project manager with Leggett McCall.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'll forego an additional round of introductions against everyone, and thank you. I'll jump right in. If you don't mind, Nick, flipping to the next slide. So the project finds itself in the historic 4 Point neighborhood, formerly artist and still is an artist haven. We are very much looking to preserve the historical character of the building. As you'll see in the forthcoming slides, we've been very mindful about how we approach any adjustments to the facade or where we're placing rooftop equipment and things of that nature. And a big defining element of that building is the sky bridge that crosses over Melcher Street. And we're actually taking a very proactive approach in maintaining that historic structure and finding a way to revitalize it for the community use in terms of how we might be able to use it from an artistic perspective. Next slide, please. So this slide just represents the 4 Point neighborhood and gives you a location spot on the property where we are looking at today. Exactly, thank you. And this is just an enlarged portion to show our neighbors, 49 Melcher and 63 Melcher. Next slide. Thank you. These are some existing building images from various points. As you can see, the sky bridge in one view, the Blue Dragon, which I think is in some sort of state of potential redevelopment, I understand, and then our neighbors at 49 and 63. Next slide, please. So these two slides are existing building images from the rear of the building, showing two of the alleyway loading docks that connect our building as well as our neighbors' buildings. We'll hone in on some of these in the coming slides about some of the upgrades we'll be doing in this back of house area. Thank you. So the proposed project is a change of use, converting a 97,000 square foot building to life science. Primarily the trigger for Article 88, as we understand it, would be the change of use trigger. We're looking to do minimal exterior improvements. We're looking to do no exterior improvements to the Melcher Street facade. We're adding some additional louvers in the Necco Court area, which is the rear of the building. We're revitalizing a previous loading dock that was basically closed in on the picture that you see here. And we're adding some Melcher streetscape improvements through coordination with the BPDA about some of the needs they have at Melcher for ADA accessibility, as well as intersection with A Street. On the interior and rooftop, we're enhancing the mechanical systems to support a laboratory environment. And a big thing that early on in the project we took was understanding that most of these life science buildings, noise from rooftop mechanical or unsightly rooftop mechanicals is what we tend to hear in these situations. So one of the things that GI Partners agreed to do very early on was to take that out of the equation, and we created on-floor air handling units to support each level of the space, essentially taking leasable square footage out of the equation in their business plan to mitigate that from a noise perspective and a visual perspective. And then lastly here, we're doing no on-site parking that's existing or any that we are proposing. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a couple of pictures of the revitalized loading dock that we're undertaking. The existing generator and electrical equipment that's there now. The bottom picture shows it in an elevated fashion. In subsequent review with Landmarks, and work with Eversource, we've been able to work through and not requiring the need to elevate the Eversource equipment. We are, however, still elevating the need for the generator to support flood elevations from 2070. And then on the other loading dock, it's just minimal upgrades for another piece of Eversource equipment. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the other loading dock. So where I mentioned a moment ago about the on-floor air handling units, these windows that we're actually taking out, it's leaving the existing facade intact, and we're replacing it with a louver that supports the intake necessary for those on-floor air handling units. That is essentially the limit of what we find ourselves for exterior improvements, and that is in the cove of the alley of the back of the building. Next slide, please. So this is a few photos that shows rendered images of coming from A Street, looking down the alleyway, if you would see any mechanical at the rooftop. So from these renderings, the existing building is on the left and the rendered image on the right, showing what may or may not be there from any of the views that you're looking from. In this instance, it's you do not see anything. Next slide, please. I don't know if it's a heavier photo slide. There we go. Okay, so this is showing from the front of the building. So again, the top image is the existing image and the bottom image is the rendered of future state of the building. As you can see here, there's minimal visual impact from most aspects of the building. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then this is looking down on Melcher Street, as you see the sky bridge there. And again, minimal visual impact from this angle of the building as well. Next image, please. Here. So this one's taking a step back further. It's very, very difficult to see, but on the left-hand side is the existing condition of the building. On the right-hand side, you can see just a little bit of the flue in that gray top of the building there is the only protruding image that you may have from any visual impact. Next slide, please. Well, that's loading. The next slide should be visual reference points of line of sight from adjacent properties, as we may or may not be able to see the equipment. Apologies for the delay.
So we're having trouble, I think the pictures are rather large. There we go.
Okay. Yep, we're only just a few slides away, so hopefully it's treating us not too badly so far. So this is various angles identifying the new rooftop equipment that we'll find and showing line of sight from various points around the neighborhood. In most cases, it's a very minimal impact and close up, and then a very exceedingly small impact the further you venture from the property. Thank you. The next aspect here is the improvements to Melcher Street. So we've worked extensively with the BPDA to identify some needs for upgrades along A Street and Melcher Street. So amongst the things we've agreed to do is resetting curbing along Melcher Street along in front of the property. And I think we go over across past Nicholas Street as well. And that is to improve ADA accessibility with, I believe in this instance, it's a cross slope challenge on accessibility, as well as improving the intersection for accessibility at A Street as well. Furthermore, our consultant VHP has produced or will produce a design for the remainder of the property, the remainder of Melcher Street, for any other necessary improvements that the BTD can take that forth and decide how they may need to use that in the future. Next slide, please. The last one. And this is just another slide showing some of the improvements where we're adding tree grading, additional bike lock rings, and things of that nature for improvements to the overall facade of the road. Lastly, so GI Partners has a vested interest in the ESG community and has been a responsible partner of part of the signatory of the Principles of Responsible Investing since 2018. As we mentioned earlier on, this is going to be a gold certified LEED building. It will conform with CFROD and Article 25A, as well as we're adding deployable flood barriers at the existing openings to support all those mitigation efforts to make it in compliance. I believe that was the last slide. So thank you very much, and I will turn it back over.
Okay, great. So this is a public hearing, so we will do board comments after we hear testimony from the public. So Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone that would like to testify?
Sure. Tom Reddy, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Tom Reddy here. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jemison, Secretary Polhemus. My name is Tom Reddy. I live at 21 Wormwood Street, around the corner from 51 Melcher. I'm on the Impact Advisory Group, and I'm a member of FP&A, the Neighborhood Civic Association that covers the South Boston waterfront, including Fort Point. I recognize that our neighborhood is mixed use, and you would probably see it as an employment hub for close to 45,000 workers, right? The seaport, people would nod their head and say, yeah, that's what the seaport is. Honestly, the people that live there would recognize it as a residential hub with the number of residential units now exceeding 7,000. So we recognize we live in a mixed use environment, and we respect that. It should be noted we also have more than 20 buildings either purposely built or being converted for life sciences use. So clearly we are learning quickly what it means to be in a life sciences community. We think we exercise prudent judgment as we work with developers in our neighborhood. We would just highlight that 51 Melcher is a little different, right? It is one of 3 contiguous 100-year-old brick and beam buildings on Melcher Street. It shares party walls on either side with 2 multi-unit residential buildings, and in fact, every rendering that Greg showed had a residential building in it, either directly adjacent to or across the street. As Nick and Joe mentioned, the neighborhood, the IAG, FP&A met numerous times with the developer and the planning agency to try to reach consensus on a number of items that we had some concerns over. We were unable to come to reasonable agreement on a number of critical concerns, including the placement of wet labs, operational noise measurement mitigation, vivarium use. Those are 3 that come to mind. We've submitted all issues in writing to the board, and hopefully you'll get a chance to go through those. For these reasons, we'd ask the board to reject the proposal as currently submitted and ask the proponent to continue to work with the neighborhood to successfully mitigate the change in use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Sopko, you can unmute yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Lauren Sopko. I'm also on the IAG with Tom. My condo is a direct abutter to the proposed project. So my unit shares a wall with the proposed life science labs. I am very strongly in opposition of this project for several reasons. I appreciate the developers compromising with the IAG on the construction noise that will be excessive given our experience with the prior life science building in the neighborhood. So very much appreciate a few of those compromises that were made in that space. My continued opposition is around particularly the public health and safety, for which we have not been able to reach any meaningful compromises to date with the developer. To play it out a little further, BSL level 2, I know there were many folks on the line that probably are aware of what that is. I had to figure that out throughout this process. Turns out these are infectious agents including hepatitis B and HIV, which if this project is approved, will be approved to be tested through my bedroom wall. In addition, the project is proposing that the to be determined tenants can be testing these such agents on animals. And my understanding is there are labs across the US for which there have been animals escaping those labs that have been infected with various diseases. Those I think are the main points, and to reiterate, BSL level 2 are experiments involving agents of moderate potential hazard to personnel and the environment. I am very concerned for my health as well as the health of my neighbors, though I appreciate the cooperation and conversations to date. I very strongly feel there are many more needed in order to come to a compromise with the community on this project to protect the health and public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah McCammond, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to comment on this project. My name is Sarah McCammond. I'm a member of the Fort Point Neighborhood Association team and the Impact Advisory Group for the project and a resident of Fort Point. As has been mentioned, this is a proposed conversion from office to life sciences sandwiched between two historic brick and yellow pine residential buildings. Our neighborhood treasures our brick and beam buildings, but as many of us can attest to, living and working within them, the smells, vibration, and noises pass easily through the porous brick walls. As Tom mentioned, with all the projects that are occurring in our neighborhood, we are definitely not anti-life sciences. And with all the development in our neighborhood, the IAG has never been forced into a position to oppose a project until tonight. After the careful examination, much discussion with the proponent, the agency, and our neighbors, we couldn't come to consensus. And at that conclusion, we had to oppose this conversion as simply not being the right fit at 51 Melcher. It was a matter of the small things and the big things. For example, we asked for floor uses of this 9-story building and received no reply. We recently discovered that NFPA restricts use of hazardous materials on floors above 6th floor, which would mean that floors 7 through 9 could not be wet labs. The proponents never mentioned this in any of our conversation. It's a matter of the big picture. When we examine where we are in the stage of life sciences industry within Boston's residential hubs, the desire to incorporate wet labs and vivariums in an environment without established BPDA life sciences policy or City of Boston public safety oversight and protocols for external neighbors, especially abutting residents, is putting the cart before the horse and our residents at risk. For the safety of our neighbors, we had requested dry, computer-based life science labs and no vivarium. The proponent rejected our proposal. For this reason and for others mentioned by my neighbors, I must oppose this project. Thank you for your consideration. And we leave with a final thought. What would you say or do if life science labs popped up on the other side of your wall, of your home? Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Sullivan, you can unmute yourself.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council, Roger Michael Flaherty. The council acknowledges, and as you've heard from Tom, Sarah Lauren, that there is opposition in the neighborhood. He had fought hard for deferral on this project in the past so that the proponent and the neighbors could get together and hopefully come to some sort of agreement on this project. He would acknowledge that the proponent has worked with community members towards a consensus. However, it does feel that there is some work left. But this particular point would state that feels that the developer has put their best foot forward on this. Request that they stay involved with the neighborhood throughout any sort of phases moving forward. And at this particular point, would support the project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, once again, Gary Walker, Electricians and Technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Camilo S., you can unmute yourself.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Camilo. I own a condo unit in 63 Melcher Street. It's the building that shares a wall with this project, actually. I, for one, am actually very excited to see this project coming to our neighborhood. GA Partners has clearly shown that they are very committed to this community through this very large investment, which will help us in the long run. Their attention to detail when it comes to preserving the historic nature, the comfort of us, the existing neighborhood tenants, environmental care that has been taken as well, makes me very excited to see this project come to fruition. After speaking with my significant other, who actually works in a lab with the same security level in Cambridge, And talking to GI partners, it's become very clear that this really, I don't believe, will constitute a very big risk for myself or anyone else. I've actually become very comfortable with the safety concerns that people have and think that this will be a great benefit to our community. With so many of the workers having left our neighborhood during sort of the work from home and the lack of office work that's going on, to see this old office building not only restored to its former glory and beauty by preserving the historic nature of it, but by also bringing a lot of high-paying jobs back to this neighborhood. I'm very excited to see this go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jamison. This is Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of our Boston residents, I want to go on record on support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify in opposition or support of this project? Please raise your virtual hand if you would like to testify about this project. Madam Chair, I believe this, oh, hold on. Lauren, we only take comments from one individual, from an individual once during the meeting.
Okay.
I believe we have completed our public hearing section of this board agenda item.
Okay.
I do have some written testimony.
Great. Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. From Council President Flynn, dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in opposition to the 51 Melcher Street project, which is on the board's agenda today. The proposal involves the conversion of the existing 97,000 square feet of office space into life science and laboratory use. It should be noted that the proposal was previously on the BPDA board and removed so that the community process and engagement could continue. The development team and the BPDA worked with the residents and the neighborhood association in good faith. Progress was made on both sides. However, an agreement was not able to be reached. As the project stands right now, there are concerns that it will put abutting residents' health and safety at risk, and that this project will reduce neighbors' quality of life. There are concerns on the risk of biohazard waste removal practices, as this building shares the same waste areas as surrounding residential. Residents have also voiced their concerns about noise and vibration that could be felt and heard, as 63 Melcher Street's building shares the same walls as 51 Melcher Street. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Sincerely, Ed Flynn. I've got three more. From Councilmember Aaron Murphy. Dear BPDA board members, I am writing in opposition to the 51 Melcher Street project. The proposal involves the conversion of the existing 97,000 square feet of office space into life science and laboratory use. The proposal was on the BPDA board agenda previously, but removed so that the community process could continue. Both parties worked with the residents in good faith and progress was made. However, an agreement was not able to be reached. There are still concerns that this project will put abutting residents' health and safety at risk. There are also concerns with the risk of biohazard waste removal practices, as this building shares the same waste area as residential buildings in the area. If you have any questions, please reach out to my office. Sincerely, Aaron Murphy. From Ben Smith. Hi all. It has come to my attention today that the proposal for the life science building at 51 Melcher Street is going before the BPDA board for approval tonight. I am unable to attend the meeting as I am traveling in Germany, but I strongly oppose the approval of this unit. I oppose this for two main reasons. The noise and the safety risk that will be taken on by the owners/residents of 63 Melcher Street. The walls in 63 Melcher Street are very thin, as is, so I can imagine whatever is going on will create more disturbances during the workday than necessary, which I'm assuming could include machinery/vibrations and any other work being done on the other side of the wall. The second main concern for me is the biohazard safety risk. Fort Point, Melcher Street in particular, is a very quiet is a very quaint residential area, and I feel that this is not the place for such business. Will there be biohazardous waste mere feet from our condo? Will there be toxic, harmful, and smelly chemical/materials traveling through ventilation? I am strongly against this type of work being done so close to our condo. In addition to these points, I am sure there are riskier issues that come along with work done in a life science building that may not be shared with residents in the neighborhood. It is highly alarming that I received an email today that this was going for approval this afternoon. To me, it seems fishy. As a result of these issues, we are strongly against the approval of the life sciences building at 51 Melcher Street. Thank you so much for your time, Ben Smith. And the last email. Hi all, my name is Melissa Smith and I am a residential owner of a unit in 63 Melcher. I have just been informed that the proposal for the life science building at 51 Melcher Street is going before the BPDA board for approval tonight as a late addition. I am unable to attend the meeting as I am traveling in Germany, but I strongly oppose the approval of this unit. I oppose this for two main reasons: the noise and the safety risk that will be taken on by the owners/residents of 63 Melcher Street. The walls in 63 Melcher Street are very thin as is, so I can imagine whatever is going on will create more disturbances during the workday than necessary, which I'm assuming could include machinery/vibrations and any other work being done on the other side of the wall. The second main concern for me is the biohazard safety risk. Fort Point, Melcher Street in particular, is a very quaint residential area, and I feel like this is not the place for such business. Will there be biohazardous waste mere feet from our condo? Will there be toxic, harmful, and smelly chemicals/materials traveling through ventilation? I am strongly against this type of work being done so close to our condo, especially as we have one young child with one on the way. In addition to these points, I am sure there are riskier issues that come along with work done in a life science building that may not be shared with residents in the neighborhood. It is highly alarming that I received an email today that this was going for approval this afternoon. To me, it seems fishy. As a result of these issues, I strongly oppose the approval of the life science building at 51 Melcher Street. Thank you, Melissa Smith. And that's all for the written testimony.
Okay, thank you. So we will now go through board questioning. And yes, so do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. It seems like maybe the community process, which has usually been pretty vigorous, maybe wasn't complete here. Some of the comments I'm hearing from the residents and from the elected officials just seem that that wasn't complete. So I'd like to hear some comment on that from the development team.
This is Greg Leslie. I can take an initial pass at that, and Joy, feel free to jump in as necessary. So we've engaged in about 9 months of public process at this time. We had approximately 151 days of public review process, and my notes here, 13 distinct engagements with the community through open houses, IAG meetings, offered public meetings, as well as BPDA hosted public meetings. So we have put forth a good faith effort throughout this process to educate the community of what a biosafety level 1 and 2 is and is not. There seems to be some misconceptions. All of us have seen movies, and our knee-jerk reaction is thinking that somebody wearing those bubble suits and they have respirators on, and that's level 3 and level 4 life science. And what we're doing here is truthfully, microorganisms underneath a microscope. We're not dealing with aerosol-based agents where there's a risk of it permeating to a neighbor or outside of the walls of the laboratory. Most of those HVAC systems are once in, once out. We've hired RWDI, a well-respected consultant, to review the air entrainment as exhaust is going through the roof, and found no concerns about the proposed setup that we have for this project.
Okay. Wet material came up a couple of times. I'm not as familiar with that. Maybe you could enlighten me.
Sure, and maybe just one quick point to your last question. I guess you could sort of categorize everything into two categories. One is construction disruption, and we completely understand that, the noise, the foot traffic, deliveries, all that. So completely understood. Construction is not unique to life science, so if someone's redeveloping office or residential or a hotel or anything, the issues are going to be the same, but we have committed to installing soundproof walls at the beginning of the project, right? So it won't be just a porous brick wall. We're going to install 2-hour rated walls with soundproofing at the beginning of the project. We're prohibiting off-hours work. We have a whole construction management plan, communication system that will be set up, bulletins, all sorts of stuff like that. So we're trying to address as much of the construction items. Understandably so, that is the concern of the community. And then the other category is sort of life science safety in general, which we've had a couple of meetings where we've done fairly extensive presentations on the infrastructure that goes into these buildings to protect the occupants as well as the community, and the processes and regulations that these end users have to comply with. And as I mentioned in the beginning, there's about 45 million square feet of mostly BSL-2 use, and that is a lot of benign uses. Research on neurodegenerative diseases, mRNA technologies, cancer therapeutics, right? It's an R&D use. It's not industrial. It's not people in, like Greg said, in big suits with vats of chemicals. It's a controlled environment. So I think that is just a bit on the process there. And then to your question about wet labs, wet labs aren't really, it's not really like a technical term. I mean, a few sinks could sort of qualify it as a wet lab. I think what Tom and Laura and Saren have brought up with sort of computer-based dry labs, it's, that's kind of just an office, right? So if wet labs can include sinks, things like that, right? It's not a technical term. I think it's better to refer to the BSL level than to that. But I think what's sort of being proposed is, not by us, but is a workshop, a maker space, right? If you have a company that does aerospace and defense technology research, they might have a workshop. That could be considered a dry lab. Computer-based stuff, that's kind of an office, So
it all depends on the tenant mix, which you're unsure of at this point.
Yeah, we think it'll be mostly life science based, and what we've done, because we own 451 D Street and a number of other properties, is we did give a number of examples, and some of the ones that I just mentioned of the tenants that are very similar to the tenants that this building will target. And those are, again, ag science, right, through research and development on different agricultural proteins to reduce nitrogen or fertilizer consumption, neurodegenerative disease research, cancer therapeutics, things like that.
Thank you.
Interesting. Okay. So you have not secured a tenant yet, correct?
No, the way that the industry typically works is...
I know how the typical industry works, though. Okay, I just wanted to confirm yes or no. So it's just a no. And I am fully aware of BSA level 2 and what everything means, and I don't think there's like a need to, kind of create images of hazmat suits and things like that, right? Now there is risk here, right? Like let's not kind of just like say that there's none and it's silly. There is, right? So I would like to know, right? And again, I have lived in a building that is like those in the 4 Point Channel. I've lived in the Leather District, right? Like these are very temperamental buildings. So can you talk to what are some of the mitigations that you are doing? And I'm not talking about construction. That's like a one-time thing. I mean, we're talking about being neighbors and living. right? And this, these aren't unreasonable questions, right? Like, so, just if we could take a little bit of the tone off there. But, is there precedence for this in Boston or in Cambridge or in any other developments that you use, that you have, built, where you are sharing an actual wall with someone's home? And these walls in particular are tricky. Like, I've lived that. So.
Sure, yeah. Yes, there's precedent, and what we did on the slides, we showed a number of buildings that are in proximity to, in one example of one that I showed that I personally worked in was a building over in Cambridge, which shared the same 2-hour rated wall, BSL2 use on one side, apartments on the other side. And another example is 451 D Street, our other property, which that building has a mix of life science tenants as well as normal financial service companies. There's a small data center in there. And so that use is all commingled into the same building. And to address a couple of things that were brought up with the walls, so there is a brick wall that will be there, but there will be a 2-hour rated sealed, right, with fire caulking on the top and bottom. So any lab use is contained inside of that. We just wouldn't, as a practice, allow the walls to be left open. And that also mitigates noise, but it also seals everything. And then for things like chemical storage, which was brought up before, so there are several codes, including mechanical, the building, and a number of fire protection codes, which restrict the quantities of flammable liquids that can be stored within the building. And it's restricted as you go up on each floor. And so we heavily manage that. And each tenant that comes in has to, not by our standards, but we certainly enforce that, but they have to manage that within those codes, right? So they're restricted to the size of the containers. They have to be stored in separate rooms. The rooms have integrated floor and walls with epoxy codes, right? So if something spills, it can't get out. It stays within. It's sort of built like a bathtub with a berm. They're stored in safety cabinets. So again, there's a number of those. In terms of waste, that was another thing that was raised, and Councilor Flynn mentioned that in his letter. This isn't curbside pickup, right? And so if there's soiled linens or things like that, each tenant space has its own waste storage, and there's also building storage. So by design, nothing can be stored outside. Everything has to be kept inside. There's scheduled deliveries, tenants will schedule that, they'll back up to the loading dock, they'll put it in. So nothing will be left out or sort of haphazardly lying around in terms of waste. So there's that. There's all kinds of other features, and I don't want to take everyone's time, but we did do several sort of educational presentations to explain the procedures and all the guidelines and regulations, including local, Board of Health, Boston Fire, ISD, but up to the CDC, NIH, OSHA has requirements, the NFPA, National Fire Protection. So there's a very, very heavy regulated use, because you're right, there are risks, there are chemicals and things like that, but the buildings are built to be safe, and the tenants have to maintain environmental health and safety programs and personnel to specifically manage to that safety.
So what do you have to do in particular I know that new buildings, right? Like I definitely know how new buildings are built and how those can be made safe and use existing new technology, right? So how are you going to kind of, reverse engineer the building, right, to outfit it to be able to do all of those things?
Yeah, sure. So it's not easy. It is a challenge, and it costs money. That's the biggest thing, because that you have to go through extra structural procedures, right? So we'll have to strip out the interiors. We'll have to do all the construction, the stuff that I mentioned, rated walls. But just with we're trying to electrify the building, right? So there's structural reinforcing. It's not going to be easy, but we do have a good design team that's experienced in this, in life sciences, to design it. So, and that's, I don't know if that answers your question, but it's baked into the design, and it's not easy in an older building, but we're committed to do it.
And if I may, I heard earlier that this was a post and beam building. This is, or excuse me, brick and beam building. This is actually different from the adjacent buildings. This is actually a steel encased concrete column and then concrete floors. So this building was historically used as wool storage, so it was manufacturing and storage in a prior life, and the flow loading and the actual structural makeup of the building is profoundly different than a wood beam and brick building that the butters have. So it is built much more, substantially more rigid than the building that you might be thinking that we're converting.
Okay. Any further questions or comments from the board?
I have a couple of comments and questions, Madam Chair. Joe, I think you're probably best suited based on the interaction that we just had. So a lot of questions, a lot of comments I've been listening to. Actually, this building is better than a new building because you have thicker walls, to be quite honest with you, and it's not just a brick wall. I've worked in these buildings. You've got to have at least 4 courses. You have 2 courses of brick on each side, right? At least.
Yep.
Right? So you've got 4 bricks laying on its bottom, not on side. 1, 2, 3, 4, not counting the stud wall. I'm not sure if that exposed brick on the other side. You're not going to probably have a 2x4 wall. What are you building on what size wall are you going to put? 2x6?
No, that's correct. Well, it'll be, you know, fireproof materials, right? So it will be, like you said, there's several whites of brick, and then we'll do 3 5/8 metal studs, 2-layer, and then we'll put
double 5/8.
Yep, and then double 5/8 sheetrock on top of that. Yep, and a 1-inch air gap, so that's going to assist with the noise mitigation.
And you're correct, you articulated it right. There's 2 issues there. One's construction, one's the use. And the construction is the construction, no matter what. No matter what they would put on the other side, you're going to have noise. The use, actually, a residential building, you could have people up all night, and it wouldn't be a 2x6, it wouldn't be a regular 2x4 wall with double 5/8 and air gaps and so on and so forth. But on that wall, are you going to use that new spray insulation on the once you got that parting wall? Are you going to use that new spray insulation on it?
I don't know if we'll use that. I think what we were planning to do was the thermofiber, like a Roxol or something like that, right? That has that, you know, you target the STC 55 rated. That's the sort of sound rating that you target. So that may be actually sufficient. I don't know which is better. We could certainly study it, but the STC, however you get there, that STC 55 is the target that we're aiming for. So TBD on the actual material, but the key is to hit that rating.
And you are going to, through not caulking, you're going to use something else. It is going to be sealed. The whole entire wall will be sealed as far as that goes.
Yeah, I was a carpenter, and so you have to do that red caulking. That's the 2-hour rated caulking. So all seams where it meets, that has to get sealed. So that assists as like a smoke barrier as well, and it's a 2-hour rated. And I'm not a fire engineer, but it's 2-hour rated purposely, and I think that means it's going to take 2 hours to work through that, and then you have a brick wall after that.
You addressed the waste, not the trash, so to speak. So that was one of my questions, which a couple of people on there said they were going to be using the same trash, which isn't true. And then when it comes to your water, your sinks, that's just regular. That's regular drains.
So actually, it's a bit more. So what is required in the building is we are installing a pH neutralization system, which any lab sinks or appliances that connect to it all flow into a system that is managed and is monitored daily, and we maintain the permit with the MWRA. So we have to get that installed, certified. There's a whole process to it, and it's monitored daily. So if the pH in it, it's read instantly. So if the pH gets too high, it injects chemicals to balance that out, right? It alkalize in it to balance that out, so you maintain that neutral pH. That is going to be in there. There's backflow preventer on any supply water that comes into the building, so it's completely isolated from the the buildings next door. There's no.
I think that's really the point I'm trying to make, is that there's not going to be any joining of this waste. And like you said, the backflow preventers makes that point right there. So it's an independent building, sealed off, completely sealed off, and then trash is sealed off, and then the waste from the sinks is sealed off. So yes, it's an attached building, but it's a completely independent building, and it's more insulated than it was if it would be residential. It's that parting wall is I've worked on those buildings with that, but sufficient for me. I think one, it's a good use, and we're lucky in Boston to have these different economic engines, in my opinion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question and comments. What will you do with the building if you don't get the approval to move forward with life sciences?
It's a very good question. The office market is, as you probably all know, it's seen.
It's dead.
Yeah, it's dead. Yeah, I'm trying to put it nicely, but yeah, it's dead because just the change in work from home and everything. So it's going to be challenging to fill that up. So, but I suppose we would have to try to do something like that. But we don't want to go down that road. It was purchased with the intent, that be life science use.
Okay, I used to live about 100 yards from this building, back when Boston Wharf Company owned the bulk of the real estate there. And I've been in this building and in most of the others in the neighborhood, both when the buildings were all about light industry, and then when they became architects' offices, and then when they became condos, and these buildings are tough buildings. They're robust. As Mike pointed out, they're probably more robust than modern buildings are as buildings, although the systems in a new building are obviously more sophisticated. I've been involved with building a power plant in the middle of a residential neighborhood surrounded by hospitals. So I understand some of the risks that go into building in a community where folks are very sensitive to the risks. And frankly, I have to commend the proponents here for seeking to respond positively to the community's concerns. With that being said, I'm concerned that it's our questions that have elicited more thorough evidence-based answers than I have reason to believe that you've provided the community and the elected officials who have challenged this project. I think some of your answers in this hearing have been actually quite good, but I don't have the feeling that you've provided the same kind of transparency and answers to the community, given the way the community has responded to this. The community and the elected officials are not giving you knee-jerk responses. They're asking for the kinds of data that you're providing. And I work at a university now that is turning out many of the graduates who are going to end up working in the kind of facility that you're talking about. And I have to say, I feel that it's a little disingenuous for you to say, when you don't yet know who the tenants are going to be, that these kinds of lab uses are, to use your language, kind of just an office, unquote. You don't know exactly what it's going to be. And I believe that you're really quite capable as a team, given your experience, of developing something that can in fact be safe and can be accommodated in a light industrial neighborhood of this type. But none of us have very much experience dealing with putting this kind of just an office use on a party wall with the residents. And what strikes me is that, we tend to approve these projects on a case-by-case basis, but I think that there are some larger underlying concerns that remain that require further evidence, further data to show what the real consequences are of building in this kind of use on a butter's wall where there are people living next door. So I have to say I've got reservations that cover not so much your effort to move forward, but our own effort as a planning agency to provide the kinds of guidance and guidelines that would provide some comfort around issues of health, safety, and welfare for residents and other businesses in the area. When I was involved with building a power plant in the middle of Mission Hill, we sometimes found that we had to go abroad into the UN to seek out guidelines, engineering guidelines, that would give us some guidance around what was safe in the community and what isn't. And I'm not yet confident that the kinds of guidelines that you're putting forward here really satisfy the kinds of health, safety, and welfare concerns that are raised, particularly in a neighborhood which we know is going to be increasingly subject to flooding. Maybe if I knew who your tenants were, I'd feel more confident. But if I still lived in one of those, robustly built Boston Wharf Company buildings, or if in my neighborhood someone came to me and said that they were going to put a wet lab adjacent to my party walls in the house I own, I'd have reservations. And I'm just troubled that the best of your answers, from what I can tell, have come during our Q&A period during this hearing. And of course, none of us as board members have had a whole lot of time to think of the other questions we should be asking. So I, for one, continue to have reservations, as I did at our last meeting. I'd like to see you proceed. I'm with Mike. I think we're fortunate to have this kind of diversified economy with the lab uses that are now being developed. But as a matter of public policy, I have to wonder whether there aren't some guidelines that need to be adhered to here before we build next to a family with a baby.
Sure. And Dr. Landsberg, I completely understand. If I could correct one thing and then just say one thing. So I didn't mean to sound, when I said kind of just an office, I was kind of referring to what the IAG had proposed, right? A dry computer-based lab. But I would say that it's a challenging process because we've been at it for 9 months with 13 meetings, and it is challenging to present to the board because we are trying to condense 9 months into a 1 hour process, and you have a lot of projects to review, and so it's a challenge. But I would stress two things. One, we are understanding and empathetic to the concerns raised by the community, and we have been going through this process with them for 9 months. And the answers that I've been given today, it's the same answers that we've been giving for several months now, and we have even created a matrix, and hopefully it either has or will be shared with you, and it takes each issue that was raised, our initial response, the IAG and the community's sort of rebuttal to that, and then our response to that. So we have tried to, as best as we can, quantify all of those issues. We have tried to do sort of this educational process, which is important because, again, we understand the concerns raised, but it is challenging to present it here tonight in 45 minutes and get you up to speed. But I can assure you we have we've done as much as, we've done a lot. We've been at it for 9 months, but I understand your point.
Yeah, and you need to keep in mind, in the half dozen years I've been on this board, we've approved about $70 billion worth of projects, many of which have been labs, big and small. So we're not naive about the implications of bringing into the city and nurturing new industries, right? We're not making shoes in Boston anymore. We get that. But we also have to work with you as developers in a way that provides confidence and assurance for the residents who are concerned about their health, safety, and welfare, particularly in this neighborhood where, we have actively engaged residents and businesses and the constant risk of flooding.
One thing, if I could just touch upon, to Dr. Landsmark's point. So Michael Christo, Director of Development Review, good evening. I just wanted, on the broader kind of ecosystem around labs and the regulatory structuring, how they exist from a Article 80 permitting perspective and from a planning perspective, it's something that we've taken very serious, and we've been working on an internally and externally, frankly, with some of the development community and some of the members of the public, particularly some of the members of the 4 Point area that highlighted where we've seen a lot of volume of development, particularly around the life science. And try to work on guidelines, not trying to work out with guidelines, but coming up with guidelines and really trying to understand the industry from as it relates to kind of the work we do. So that's something we've taken very serious, and that we continue to hope to have something in the next month that we can present to the public and to this board. But it's definitely a conversation we've taken serious with the public. We know that these projects present challenges, and this particular project, being adjacent to a residential building, has presented certain challenges. And I would note that as a result of that, we've done a lot of small conversations with particularly the 4 Point neighborhood, both with us and with the proponent, to really walk through some of these issues. They are very nuanced, very complicated, and because there's this series of regulatory governance, it makes it a little more challenging, kind of like what is our review as it relates to use and all the things that goes into Article 80, and then kind of what happens after that relative to construction, and then ultimately monitoring when the building is up and running. So your point is heard, and I just wanted to note that that's something that we're taking very seriously, and we'll have some deliverables in the near future. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have to say, I really do trust that staff and the folks who've been working on this have taken a very rigorous stand in terms of trying to understand. I mean, we're not really in a position to be imposing stuff, but we need to understand what all the implications are. And I'm one of the last people, given what's going on with interest rates and the financial markets at this moment, I'm one of the last people to want to delay anything. But my own sense is tabling this for one more month and having that kind of really fully engaged, continuing conversation, in part with the community, but in part with us. The people who see this as a potential precedent for the development of other kinds of labs. I guess if it were up to me at this moment, I would table for a month. As harsh as that is likely to seem, because elected officials and local residents who live next door can't be entirely wrong when they raise these questions. And I think we have a responsibility to be accountable, particularly where there might be risks to health, safety, and welfare.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Landsmark, and well, it is kind of up to me, right, to call the motion, right? So So I will make a couple comments, and then I will make a motion. But I do want to recognize and definitely like +1 Michael, like Christopher, right? Like I've been a part of these conversations, right? And I'm gonna be, fully transparent. You can look at my LinkedIn resume. I'm an internal auditor for a biotech company, right? I'm not right now, right? But I was. So we're not, we're not like naive to this area, and we have been working, really hard as an agency, right, to continue to be this like magnet and hub and, for life sciences, as Massachusetts is. Like, we're not anti that, right? Or I'm not anti that, let me speak for myself, right? So, however, like, I don't think that this, that this particular project, right, or this particular presentation as is, right, is there yet. And again, don't want to, understand the implications, right, of a table, but also understand the implications of, of a vote that's not, of a no vote, right? So I am going to, so I do want to set expectations that we need to do some work here, right? Some more work here to get a better understanding and a better, sense of the risks and the mitigations. And, I understand that this is hard, right, to boil that down. So let's think about kind of where we need to focus on in future conversations and presentations. So I'm making a motion to, I move that we table this item to a further meeting to be determined by the staff and the director and the agency. So that motion is, I make that motion, so I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Reluctantly, aye.
Okay. Dr. Landsmark?
I support the motion.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. This item is tabled to a future date. Thank you.
We look forward to working with everyone and seeing you on a future date. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes that item number 33. Let's get back to item number 25. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the construction of a cannabis production and cultivation facility with 24 on-site parking spaces located at 100 through 114 Hampton Street, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I am a Senior Project Manager of the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 114 Hampton Street, located in Roxbury's New Market Industrial Development Area Subdistrict. Next slide, please. On July 12th, 2002, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a small project review application from the proponent. The proponent proposed to construct a 47,882 square foot cannabis production and cultivation facility at 114 Hampton Street. The proposed building would be 3 stories and approximately 64 feet in height, with on-site parking for up to 24 vehicles. I held a virtual public meeting for the project on August 16, 2022. The August meeting was well attended, and the project itself was well received by those attending. The virtual public meeting was advertised in the local paper and via email. The comment period for the project ended on September 2nd, 2022. I would now like to pass it over to BPDA planner Ted Schwartzberg. Sorry, Ted. And Ted will run through the planning sides for the project Once TED is complete, the development team will present the project presentation. Once the team has completed the presentation, we will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. The slide you see before you is identical to the one I presented earlier. This proposal is also located right within the bounds of the Planned New Market planning process study area. And just a quick review that the key goals of this planning process are coming up with a plan for a 21st century industrial neighborhood that comprises a mix of traditional urban industrial uses as well as the urban industrial uses of the future. Next slide, please. As such, this proposed use, which is essentially a production and distribution use, as you'll see, falls squarely within the realm of traditional urban or industrial uses. And as such, it aligns very well with Planned New Market goals. And production and distribution use is a use that has been contemplated by the plan quite extensively. Additionally, while aligning well with the land uses that are envisioned as appropriate through the planning process, this also aligns well with the concept of creating new job opportunities for Boston residents, and this location happens to be an underutilized site at this time. And then finally, in terms of the proposed built environment itself, the building, in terms of its massing and design, its site access, its loading, and public realm improvements are all consistent with the emergent recommendations for those matters from Planned New Market. So thank you, and on to the proponent team. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Director Jemison, Secretary Paulinas, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller on behalf of Green Hamden Group LLC. Just quickly with me tonight is Mario Signori from Green Hamden Group LLC, Michael Starr from 2WR Architects, who's our architect, and Herbie Duvernay from Windwalker Group, who is our security consultant on the project. We're really excited tonight to propose a first-of-its-kind project within the city limits for a ground-up new construction cannabis production and manufacturing facility, which will bring many transferable job opportunities in the cannabis industry and that requisite training along with it to local Boston residents. We've engaged in a robust community outreach process to get to this point, but we're very happy to present our proposal to the board tonight. And with that, I know it's been a long night already, so I will pass the baton over to Mario, who will go through the presentation in more detail, and we're happy to answer any questions, but we'll move through pretty quickly, given the time of the evening already. So Mario, if you want to go ahead and take over and go through the presentation. Mario, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Mario.
How about now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Awesome. My Bluetooth went out. The battery must have died. Thanks. I just want to acknowledge and thank the BPDA for allowing me to present this project. What you're seeing right here is a satellite view of 100 Hampton Street. As you can see, it's mostly surrounded by industrial use. We have bus parking, waste disposal, industrial recycling, storage facilities, and a park enveloping us. Next slide, please. These are photos of the neighborhood around us. You can see it's mostly fenced in industrial use. There's trucking, construction, equipment storage in the area. Next slide, please. This is a bird's eye view of the site with it outlined to show it more clearly. One of the benefits of this project is that it would block out the heavy industrial uses behind it for pedestrians along Hampton Street, improving the experience. Next slide, please. This is the first floor plan of our proposed site. It shows sidewalk setbacks, tree placement, our new grand entryway designed to meet urban design principles. We moved all of our shipping, receiving, and waste management into an enclosed area accessible off of Reading Street. Our 24 parking spaces and employee entrance is accessible through the entryway on Reading Street as well. We have designed the flow of this building to optimize efficiency and security. The facility has a motor mitigation plan in place. It starts with a special filtration on our high-efficiency HVAC systems, and it's backed up with a specialized carbon filtration system that filters out dust, airborne pollutants, odor-causing molecules called terpenes, and any other airborne odors. Furthermore, our cultivation is on its own separate floor where it's sealed off and has its own high-end filtration systems in place for every room and hallway. The air that comes out of this building will be cleaner and smell better than the air around it. Next slide, please. These are the elevations for 100 Hampton Street. As you can see, it's a 3-story building. We added windows wherever it was possible, and we designed it to improve the aesthetics of the neighborhood as it stands now. The entire facility has been designed with security and community in mind, from the placement of our doors and windows to the location of vaults and grow rooms. Next slide, please. This is the exterior rendering of 100 Hampton Street looking south down Hampton Street. You can see how it will block out the industrial recycling plant and the storage behind it. Next slide, please. This is the exterior of 100 Hampton looking north. Again, it improves the pedestrian and motor experience. It blocks out the view of the recycling trucks and dumpsters behind it. Next slide, please. This is the view of 100 Hampton coming from Norfolk Street looking west. And that is it for my renderings. Last slide, please. And at this point, I'd like to pass it back to BPDA.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may quickly, you can see here as part of the project, we've worked hard with the BPDA in the neighborhood to help enhance the immediate local area with intersection improvements, sidewalk, public realm improvements, funds to help maintain and upkeep, nearby local parks and playgrounds. We also have already entered into the host community agreement with the city for this type of a use with its required, impact fees and things of that nature. So we're really excited and look forward to getting started in the city. So Stephen, that will conclude our presentation, or back to you, Madam Chair, if you will. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I will take the mic back. Okay, so questions or comments from the board?
What will this building smell like? Bakeries, breweries, processing plants, all have distinctive scents. And I'm curious as to what this building is going to smell like when it's in operation.
Excellent. Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. So the good news is you won't have any odors coming out of this building. The way we designed it, and we have our odor mitigation plans in place, is it's all designed to filter all of the air inside of it. As I was mentioning, we have 2-stage filtration systems. It begins with our HVAC systems, and then it's followed up with specialized carbon filtration systems that will be placed through the building and out the rooms where it's sealed off from the building and the outdoors. We are using such a high quality HEPA and carbon filtration system that the air coming out of this building not only will be odor free, but it'll be cleaner than the air in the rest of the neighborhood.
And how close is this to the school we just approved?
It is just outside of the new school. It's, I believe it's a couple thousand square feet. It's well outside of the buffer zone.
And you'll provide us with insurances that there won't be any related retail that may be attached to this facility?
At this time, we're only pursuing cultivation and manufacturing at this location.
Okay. I think we're learning a lot tonight about new biotech industries.
Agreed. Just remind me, and again, there's just a lot. What are the buffer zones again? I just can't.
It's 500 feet from the nearest school, measured from the closest entryway to the lot line of the facility.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're over a quarter of a mile away, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Well over 500 feet, yeah.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I just have one thought. I know there's a lot going on there, so
it's wonderful you're buffering out the dump trucks and the recycle and all of that, but I'm sure that this is not how the area will look in a couple of years, so with our longer term plan, is this the kind of building that fits in? It looked like it was pretty tight to the street and looked, I don't know, it looked like something we might be looking at a meeting 5 years down the road and say, now this building doesn't fit in, because I know there's great plans for this area. So maybe if you could address not what's around you right now, but what we envision that neighborhood in the next 5 to 10 years.
If I may, the building was designed with guidance from the BPDA for urban design principles with setbacks. We've added setbacks from the street to add landscaping and tree wells and public bike areas to improve the experience for motorists and pedestrians on Hampton Street. We've also designed the building so that it can showcase art from local artists.
Yeah, I think that to move off of that as well, you know, we're looking forward to working with the BPDA during the design review process, Mr. Miller. I think the hope here is that this building will fit in with any future plans, the way it's designed and the way it's going to be used with the setbacks. We don't need any zoning relief for any of the setbacks or any of the dimensional relief that we are adding to those walkability and the streetscape improvements. So I think the hope is that it will fit in, and we're looking forward to working with design staff and planning staff to make sure that happens. So we're hopeful that it will.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Good evening again, Michael Christo, Director of Development Review. Ted, do you want to just touch upon some of the goals of really looking at 21st century industrial and doubling down kind of on that use in this corridor?
Sure. I hope that, trash trucks are not the first thing that people think of when they think of Newmarket in the future, but the vision is for this to maintain, this goes back to Imagine Boston 2030, that the vision is that Newmarket is a neighborhood where Boston goes to work, and many of the buildings where people are working will look like industrial buildings, and this is consistent with the building designs and what we'd hope to see in the future. It's an industrial building at its heart, and that's what it looks like, which is great. And my urban design colleagues worked where appropriate to make the building transparent, introduce fenestration, and then, as Nick mentioned, the front setback was a pretty important piece of this, which is part of our climate resilience strategy. Which is to build in space for groundwater to penetrate. And then one of the design guidelines that's coming out of Plan Newmarket is that street trees should be on the interior, the building side of the sidewalk, because we recognize a big need to have new street trees in Newmarket. There are hardly any there right now, and that's because they would get hit by trucks if they were between the sidewalk and the street. So that's why we have asked and received in this proposal provision for a setback that can accommodate street trees on the inside side of the sidewalk where they're less vulnerable to getting hit by trucks. And if in 5 or 10 years we see a neighborhood that is filled with uses that look like this, in buildings that look like this, that would be quite consistent with the planning vision as it stands right now.
Great, thank you.
Definitely interested in hearing and seeing the whole Newmarket plan, because again, and definitely how the school fits in there and to industrial and everything like that. So I know the greatest planning minds, like, we have here. So, yeah. Okay. Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Okay, item number 26. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code in connection with the notice of project change, reducing and changing the 21 residential affordable rental units to 18 residential affordable condominium units, and increasing the ground floor retail space from 2,960 to 3,117 square feet located at 270 Talbot Avenue, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Apologies. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm a project manager, senior project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you once again for your time this evening. The project I bring before you today is 270 Talbot Ave, located in Dorchester, a neighborhood within Boston. Next slide, please. On July 20th, 2022, the proponent submitted a notice of project change for the board approved 2020 project. The notice of project change, NPC, requested to change the unit programming, unit count, and affordability for the project. The original board approved project called for construction of a 21-unit rental building with ground floor retail space. All 21 units were made affordable to households earning not more than 90% of AMI. The NPC proposed the construction, the new NPC proposes the construction of 18 condominium unit building with ground floor retail space. The NPC is also proposing to make the condominium units affordable to households earning between 80% and 100% of AMI. I held a virtual public meeting for the NPC, and the changes to the project were well received by those attending the meeting. The comment period for the NPC ended on September 9th, 2022. With that said, I would like to now turn it over to the proponent, Travis Lee. Travis will present the project presentation. When Travis is complete, we will answer any questions put forward by the board. And again, thank you for your time this evening.
Stephen, Travis isn't in the Zoom.
Apologies.
Hold on, someone just raised their hand. Somala Dibby?
She should be able to run through the presentation. Samala.
Okay.
No, Travis, okay.
All right, that worked out. Sorry, that was confusing. Well, good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and board. Thank you, Stephen Harvey, for the introduction. My name is Travis Lee of T. Lee Development. And as Stephen mentioned, this project was originally approved by the BPDA back in October 2020 as a 21-unit affordable rental housing project in a 4-story building with ground floor retail space and 9 off-street parking spaces. As Stephen mentioned, this project is located just a few blocks out of Codman Square to the west, about a block or two from the Talbot Ave commuter rail. Due to some changes in community interest, as well as changing in the financing marketplace, we have decided to propose to change the project to an affordable homeownership project. And the building will remain the exact same size, the same height, the same width, the same length. The only things changing about the building are that we would convert 21 affordable rental units into 18, all a little bit larger in size, affordable homeownership units, ranging from 80 to 90 to 100% AMI affordability levels, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. The building will still have the ground floor retail space and 9 off-street parking spaces, as mentioned before. Similar to a presentation from a couple of hours ago, we are very fortunate to take advantage of Mass Housing's Commonwealth Builder program that allows us to create these affordable homeownership opportunities in Dorchester. So that's why we're here. We appreciate your time very much and look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Yeah, great. I'm really appreciative of that Commonwealth Builder program too. It's just really exciting to see home ownership units go up. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Item number 27, request authorization to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction in connection with the proposed development at 1121 Dorchester Avenue. Michelle.
Hello, and thank you, Chairwoman Rojas, Secretary Blahimis, Director Jemison, and members of the board. I'm Michelle McCarthy, Deputy Director of Housing Policy and Compliance, here before you today with an update to the Inclusionary Development Policy Program with the previously approved 1121 Dorchester Ave project. In March 2021, this board approved the 1121 Dorchester Ave project, consisting of 24 rental units, including 3 Inclusionary Development Policy IDP units. At that time, the IDP unit approval was for 1 studio unit, 1 one-bedroom unit, and 1 two-bedroom unit. During the drafting of the Affordable Rental Housing Agreement and Restriction, it was discovered that the IDP studio unit had been included and approved in error, as the previously approved project did not contain any studio units. As a result, I'm here before you today to correct this scrivener's error and to update the IDP unit selections for this project to include 2 one-bedroom units and 1 two-bedroom unit. Nothing else has changed about the previous approval. Your vote today is to authorize the execution of an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction with the correct configuration of IDP units. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 28, request authorization to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction in connection with the proposed development located at 167 Maverick Street in East Boston for 1 IDP unit. Michelle.
Hello again, and thank you again, Chairwoman Rojas, Secretary Blahimis, Director Jefferson, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Michelle McCarthy, Deputy Director of Housing Policy and Compliance, here before you today on 167 Maverick Street in East Boston. This is an 11-unit rental project that received its Zoning Board of Appeal approval on May 24th, 2022, and does not require Article 80 approval. This project is here before you today because it will include 1 income-restricted inclusionary development policy unit. Your vote today is to authorize the execution of an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 29, thank you. Request authorization to approve the institutional master plan notification form for the renewal of the New England Conservatory of Music institutional master plan dated July 29, 2022, pursuant to section 80D-5.2E, section 80D-6, section, is that 80D-8? I think.
It's 80D-6, section 80D-8 of the zoning code.
Okay, sorry, I need to replace my printer toner. Section 80D-6 and, yeah, okay, so section 80D-8 of the zoning code and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The proposal before you is the New England Conservatory Institutional Master Plan for renewal for the years of 2022 through 2024. This is a renewal of the existing institutional master plan that was board approved in July of 2012. At this time, New England Conservatory does not anticipate any new institutional projects for the term of the renewed institutional master plan. Furthermore, the review process on this institutional master plan renewal began in July of 2022. Since that time, no comments were received. The comment period for this institutional master plan renewal ended August 31st, 2022. Now, before I turn it over to the New England Conservatory staff, to begin this presentation, I wanted to say thank you to the elected officials, city agencies who helped review the proposed New England Conservatory Institutional Master Plan renewal. Thank you. Michael, feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Tyler, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm also joined by Kathleen Kelly, our Senior VP of Strategy and Institutional Advancement, John Spinard, our Chief Administrative and Financial Officer, and Jim Newton of DSK Architects and Planners who helped with the preparation of the materials. If you could just go back to the last slide quickly, thank you. So to give a quick overview, NEC features undergraduate and graduate level musical training, as well as music education through our prep school, which provides musical opportunities for an average of 1,600 students from ages 3 to 18. Through our community performance and partnerships program, we reached roughly 10,000 individuals last year. We enroll an average of 800 undergrad and graduate students and offer over 900 free concerts each year. In January of 2019, we welcomed Andrea Caitlin as our new president and immediately kicked off the strategic planning process. And with the pandemic now behind us, we're requesting a 2-year extension of our current IMP with no changes, as Tyler mentioned, as we translate our strategic plan into the next 10-year IMP process. So next slide, please. So our campus is made up of 4 buildings: the Jordan Hall building at 290 Huntington Ave, 33 Gainsborough, Student Life and Performance Center at 255 St. Paul Street, and 241 St. Paul Street. Next slide. Our 2012 IMP included 2 projects. Phase 1 was a new Student Life and Performance Center, which was completed in September of 2017 and houses approximately 250 students, along with library, dining commons, and 3 new performance spaces. Phase 2 would introduce a new learning center project on the current 33 Gainsborough site. And as we determine future programming needs in alignment with our strategic plan, we plan to assess this project and bring forth objectives in our next IMP submission. Additional initiatives that have been moved forward since 2012 include implementation of green building practices and a decreasing energy and wastewater through efficiency upgrades. So next slide. Shifting to our students, scholarship is crucial to help NEC pursue our core artistic and academic missions and to cultivate our creative community. So as you can see in the 2021-22 academic year, NEC awarded more than $17 million in scholarship funds to 774 students from 43 states and 28 countries. This equates to more than 95% of NEC's student body receiving financial aid. Next slide. So throughout the pandemic, when traditional outreach and engagement venues weren't available, our faculty, staff, and students developed new approaches and offerings to bring music where it's needed most. This included a partnership with Boston Hope Music to create virtual playlists for hospitalized patients. Through this partnership, NEC students also began offering music lessons to frontline workers at Mass General in the fall of 2020, and this work continues on. We have also collaborated with Harvard medical students to deliver virtual bedside concerts to patients and families each holiday season, brought live music to vaccination centers in Boston, virtual performances at senior centers. We partnered with teachers at 9 Boston public schools to provide remote lessons, performances, and residencies. And finally, when in-person audiences were not able to come together, we pivoted offerings to live streams of concerts from our campus. Next slide. And finally, NEC presents more than 900 free concerts each year, many of them held in Jordan Hall. Through the support of the Mellon Foundation, we also host the Boston Bridge to Equity and Achievement in Music since 2019 in collaboration with some partners. BEAM's mission is to create a region-wide collective solution for supporting and sustaining musical excellence among young musicians of historically excluded populations who aspire to have careers in classical music, and this work continues. In the 2020-21 academic year, our Community Performance and Partnerships program had 124 partnerships with schools, hospitals, community centers, libraries, museums, and historic landmarks. More than 100 of our NEC students have taught 1,200 virtual hours, led 1,000 teaching visits, and have performed nearly 100 virtual performances and events, reaching, as I mentioned on the first slide, over 10,000 people. Over the last decade, the CPP program has worked on average with 15 Boston public schools annually, group performances, weekly teaching, project-based residencies, workshops, and an annual touring children's opera. And we are kicking off a pilot this school year focused on students in 5th and 6th grade, offering 200 to 250 hours of private music lessons. And we look forward to continuing to build on the success of these relationships to provide more access to music education in the Boston community. So the last slide, just thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, any questions or comments from the board? Yeah, I mean, I'll just, again, not by intentionally, right? But like, I've got my saxophone back there. It was actually a COVID thing of being like, I need to do something again. Anyway, I'm just so like appreciative of your organization and what you do for the community, you know, and the world. What you do makes a difference. So those free lessons and stuff, again, work for me. It is, you know, so, you know, music and again, just what you do is amazing. It's a little late, so I'm at a loss for words, but now that heart is with you.
We appreciate it. We appreciate your support.
Awesome. So if there are no further comments or questions, a motion is in order.
So moved with enthusiasm.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. So item number 30, request authorization to establish a demonstration project under General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 46F, for the acquisition from the City of Boston of certain air right parcels on Stewart Street and Trinity Place, consisting of approximately 413 square feet, and the subsequent conveyance as such, taking parcels from the BRA to BP Hancock LLC to adopt a demonstration project plan for the taking of parcels, for the taking parcels, which grants the BRA authorization to acquire and convey the taking parcels necessary to appropriate for the Back Bay South End Gateway Project, Garage West Component, 171 Dartmouth Street, two co-petitions with the applicant to the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission for the discontinuances of aforementioned portions of Stewart Street and Trinity Place, which are included within the taking parcels, which are owned by the City of Boston, to approve the subsequent conveyance by the BRA to the applicant of the taking parcels following such discontinuances, provided that applicant provides the city with a highway easement on a portion of Trinity Place as requested by PIC, to enter into and execute one or more deeds and all other related instruments, agreements, and documents in connection with the demonstration project plan, and to take all related actions. Sarah.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paul Emis, and Director Jemison. My name is Sarah Black, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. The Back Bay South End Gateway project has undergone planned development area.
That's frozen?
No, she's frozen for me too.
Oh, okay, because I was just like, the chihuahua, like barking.
No,
It's just been a mess. I'm just like, so sorry.
Our cable went out here at City Hall for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Poor
folks.
Sarah probably didn't even realize.
Oh, okay, I was just like.
Sorry about that, everyone. I was just continuing to talk.
Do you mind? You're going to need to start over, Sarah. Sorry.
Yeah, I would just start over.
Yep, absolutely. So the Back Bay South End Gateway project has undergone planned development area review and large project review pursuant to sections 80B and 80C of the code. It is authorized by the amended and restated development plan for PDA number 2, Back Bay South End Gateway project and 200 Clarendon Street, which was approved by the BPDA board in November 2017 and adopted by the Zoning Commission in December 2017. The developer has completed the Article 80 process and all agreements were signed in January 2022. The Back Bay South End Gateway project site consists of approximately 5.2 acres and is roughly bounded by Dartmouth Street to the west, Stewart Street and Trinity Place to the north, Trinity Place and Clarendon Street to the east, and the southerly boundary line of the Back Bay Station parcel to the south. The property, which is subject to this request for demonstration project plan approval, consists of portions of Stewart Street and Trinity Place, which are owned by the City of Boston, associated with the Garage West portion of the development located at 171 Dartmouth Street. The demonstration project is required in order to authorize the takings required for 2 entry canopies, which will extend into the public way along Stewart Street and the pedestrian bridge over certain portions of Trinity Place, which are owned by the City of Boston, to provide a connection to the 40 Trinity Place building currently under construction, across Trinity Place to the Garage West redevelopment component, again at 171 Dartmouth Street, and Back Bay Station. The projections over the Stewart Street sidewalk and the pedestrian bridge over Trinity Place will require a vertical discontinuance from the city's Public Improvement Commission. Based on a review of the survey of Trinity Place undertaken by the developer, the ownership of Trinity Place is divided amongst the city, Mass DOT, the 40 Trinity owner, and the proponent. The application filed by the proponent requests that the BPDA acquire title to the taking parcels and convey such fee interest to the proponent or its nominee for use in connection with the development and construction of the proposed Garage West redevelopment component at 171 Dartmouth Street. There is no presentation for this project, but there are members of the development team available to answer any questions you may have regarding this demonstration project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
For a vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 31, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80's large project review of the zoning code for the construction of a mixed-use building consisting of 112 residential units, including 57 income restricted rental units, and 55 home ownership units, including 27 income restricted home ownership units, 2,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 20 below grade parking spaces located at 775 Huntington Avenue, with all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Daniel Polanco. I'm the project manager for the proposed Article 80 large project review before you tonight at 7 Huntington Ave, located in Mission Hill. The proponent, RTH 761-775 Residences LLC, submitted their letter of intent on September 2nd, 2021. Following that, with the submission of their project notification form on September 24, 2021, the project originally proposed a 13-story mixed-use, mixed-income, primarily residential development of approximately 123,100 square feet of gross floor area of residential and 2,900 gross square feet of commercial and 13,500 gross square feet of below-grade parking. The project is proposing 112 resident units with a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom homes, providing 84 affordable for sale and rental units at 30 to 100 AMI. Furthermore, throughout the BPDA Article 80 process, the project has been able to incorporate design modifications following 4 BCDC design review meetings. Also, the project held 2 IAG meetings, one in November of 2021 and of June of 2022, along with 2 public meetings on the same months. I would like to go on record as well that Councilor Block has also expressed her support for the project. Thank you so much for your time and consideration tonight. I have the development team here with me tonight to present the project in detail, to answer any questions in regard to design changes, unit mix, and other questions you may have. I will now turn it over to Kathleen to talk over the planning context. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Rojas, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Chief Jemison. I'm Kathleen Honor for the Downtown Neighborhood Planning. And Chairman Rojas, I can see you smiling. In this case, I'm here presenting this project because our planner for Mission Hill, Karen Chavez, is on a well-deserved vacation. So hopefully she's enjoying her vacation and was excited to see this project move to board. This project is not in an area with a recently complete neighborhood or area plan. And so instead, Karen and other staff consulted applicable citywide plans that support development, particularly affordable housing like that in this project, near transit and job centers, as well as the broader neighborhood context, the existing zoning, and public feedback. The project helped fulfill citywide planning goals for transit-oriented development because it's located along Huntington Avenue near the Fenwood Road, Green Line, and BTA stop, and within walking distance of Longwood Medical Area. During review, staff focused, next slide please, on the appropriateness of this use in the location, which provides a mix of housing options, including ownership and rental units with high rates of affordability. The project includes attention to ground floor design, including retail uses and outdoor seating along Huntington Avenue to provide a better pedestrian experience and a more lively corridor. Review also focused on the design of the building and its compatibility with the surrounding Francis Street Fenwood National Register District. I'll now turn it over to the project team.
Karen, you want to go ahead?
Good evening, I'll start. Thank you. I'm Karen Gately, the Executive Director of Roxbury Tenants at Harvard. Thank you for taking the time tonight. I realize we're towards the end of the evening, so I appreciate the time. We've been working on this project for the past 5 years. As you know, our goal and mission is to be part of the solution in helping meet the great need for more affordable housing in the Boston area. We believe and strongly support the mixed uses in our proposed program of 112 units, including 27 affordable condominiums, 28 market rate condominiums, and 57 affordable rental housing, and 2,000 square feet of community scale commercial space. As you know, Mission Hill needs more residential housing that supports stability rather than transients, especially as the neighborhood has been inundated by high-priced student rental housing. Additionally, the opportunity to build affordable units within walking distance to the LMA, the Longwood Medical Area, Brigham Circle, and the Green Line is rare. RTH residents and Mission Hill community supports the addition of these affordable housing units, and as both service to stabilize the neighborhood with long-term active residents, and further, we commit to the market rate units proposed to stay owner-occupied rather than investor-owned. One of the goals of this project is to provide approximately 50% of the home ownership units as affordable, with a commitment to make our current rental residents, as well as residents of Mission Hill, home ownership ready by offering home ownership prep and credit strengthening workshops and trainings with MAHA. We know and have experienced success with this model at our Mosaic building on the Riverway. We look forward to discussing the next steps. We certainly appreciate the feedback thus far and look forward to sharing how we incorporated the thoughts and feedback from you and the community. Again, thanks for your time. I will now turn it over to BK to walk you through the current drawings. BK?
I just had to promote him.
Oh.
He'll be with us in a minute.
On my way. Thank you. So I'm thrilled to be here, Madam Chair, Director Jameson, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. This is a project that is super high quality, and it's also super high affordability. Can you go to the next slide, please? I forgot to mention I'm the Senior Design Principal for Stantec Architecture Boston. And you can see here in blue, this is the greater Roxbury tenants of Harvard campus. And our site is in purple right there on the right-hand side. It's at a very interesting bend in Huntington Avenue where you can see it as you're leaving the city and you can see it as you're coming in the city. It's also surrounded by some really lovely brick buildings. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the affordability of the project. You can see it's 50% affordable rental. It is 25% affordable home ownership, and then 25% market home ownership. So 75% affordable. On the upper right, you can see what the target mix is for each of those categories. The market rate is targeting 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and then the affordable is targeting 55% 2 beds, and then the rest are 1 beds and 3 beds. Next slide. We had a terrific process, both with the BPDA design staff, with the neighbors, with the residents of Roxbury tenants, and as well with the BCDC. So what we tried to do through that process was really simplify and strengthen our idea of putting a high quality brick building right here in the neighborhood where there are already so many beautifully detailed buildings. Next. So this image shows you how we came up with the final design. We have a very simple brick curved facade that mimics the bend in Huntington Avenue. We have 2 smaller podiums that mimic the size of the buildings adjacent to it, and we've created a little parklet in the front of the building. Next. This is a rendered version of that same view I just showed you, and it shows you the greater campus, also with the hospitals on the right-hand side. At the immediate right-hand side to our project is the Farragut School, and it has some really beautiful kind of corrugated brick detailing. So our building kind of matches that cornice line in height, then it steps back at the entrance. We have commercial areas at the bottom that I'll show you in a ground floor plan. And then it rises up and it is set back about 15 feet from the front face. Next slide. I mentioned that bend in Huntington Avenue. So the image on the left is this, if you were going down the Avenue of the Arts. Right now, this building, the front portion of it is right in the center line of your view as you go up past Mass Art and you go up past the pharmacy school. So you will see this from a great distance. So we have a slightly more iconic look on that so that it is a kind of placeholder as you're going up Huntington Avenue. And then the image on the right shows as you're coming in from Brookline, this bend, you could see some of the detail on the brick buildings on the left side. And on the opposite side of the street, there are some amazing buildings. So we wanted our building to be a little bit more majestic. We wanted deep recesses for the windows. We wanted a lot of detail. Next slide. This shows the ground floor plan that I mentioned earlier. So our building is on the right. Our residential lobby is set back. It is surrounded with community commercial retail to give it activity. We've greatly improved, we think, the sidewalk experience on this section of the street, which is fairly harsh. There aren't very many trees, so we're planting new trees. And along that red line on the left-hand side, we're going to show you a section of how the grade slopes down, and there's a walkway that we're calling the wooded walkway that goes down and then back to the rest of the RTH campus. There's a parking garage that is also entered off of St. Albans Road, and you can see those two cars turning to the right. And there's an underground parking garage that is for 20 cars, so it's one level of parking below the building. Next. Here are some sections on the upper left-hand side as you're leaving Huntington Avenue, walking down that space between the two buildings. It's wider in the front. And then you can see section B is that woodland corridor with lush planting on either side. Offshoots is our landscape architect, and we think they've done a great job. And then on the upper right, you can see essentially the section at the main entrance of the building. On the lower right, what we're doing is we're doing some street level improvements about a block away on the other side of the Farragut School that you can see in the left of that image. We're doing better handicap ramps for accessibility across the road, and we're providing a new blue bike station there. Next. So we just wanted to leave you with this final image, and you could see some of that detailing on the Farragut building on the right-hand side. And you can see how we're trying to not mimic that building, but we definitely want to be very contextual and very deep in our detailing of the brick and around the windows, of the windows themselves, the cornices. You could see the slight amenities area at the top of that right-hand podium. And then what we think is just this beautiful curve that came out of our kind of design process with everybody that we think is really suitable for just an elegant, what we think of as a background building in this part of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
I just want to commend RTH for all the work they've done over the years. Going back certainly to the time when I was working with you and Harvard students to resist Harvard's incursions into the neighborhood. And as a community-based organization, you've really demonstrated the value of community empowerment because of what you've been able to build and what you've done to stabilize the neighborhood. And I would just say that the one challenge you're going to face here is likely to be working with the T around pedestrians crossing that street because you're taking a very dead area and making it even more attractive and interesting. But I know you're more than capable of doing that. So I congratulate you on this project.
you. I appreciate your comments.
Additional questions or comments?
One question, Madam Chair. BK, is that real brick or are you using that veneer stuff?
We're looking at different options, but it is real brick. It's whether it's the thick brick, and some of this detailing is fairly deep, so we are trying to figure out how to do that with different systems right now. But it's a brick masonry building, which we think is great for this location.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Great building. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Okay, so skipping forward to, well, we already did the public hearing. So moving on to act number 34, contractual. I need a motion to pay our bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And personnel, Secretary Paul Hemus.
Hello. So we have two appointments for your consideration this evening. Starlisha Laws, Program Manager with Capital Construction, and Lisbeth Schwab, a Project Engineer in the Real Estate Department. We have one status change with details in the board memo. Trin Nguyen, she's becoming the Chief of Worker Empowerment. She's currently the Director of Workforce Development. And we have 4 departures. Sean Meehill, Associate General Counsel, Ray Panisi, Senior Real Estate Development Officer, Heather Camposano, Chief of Staff, and Lauren Shurtleff, Director of Planning.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. And finally, director's update. Director Jemison, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Well, thanks very much. I want to say thank you to the BPDA board for tonight's meeting. And I would like to provide a few comments just in summary of today's activities. Specifically, I wanted to focus on a few development project highlights. We had 5 development projects approved today, representing over 305 residential units. And 111 of those units were income restricted. We've got over $221 million worth of investment in our city. Projects representing 481,000 square feet. We believe that these projects, when construction, will put to work 450 tradespeople, creating 221 direct jobs and 240 indirect jobs. I wanted to highlight a few projects and one of the key discussions of the evening as part of the closing. I think it's important to take a moment and thank everyone for their hard work for the board meeting in general, but specifically on Roxbury Prep, where we highlighted the development and approval of a new high school for this institution. They opened in 2015 and have been housed in temporary and split campuses since their opening. The temporary nature of these facilities, the missing elements, and the miles separating the campuses combined to create significant challenges for the school, and I'm pleased the board's voted to move this project forward. It's going to serve approximately 800 students at completion and stimulate 90 construction jobs. I also wanted to highlight the discussion that was had about the new market plan. I want to assure the board that we'll be engaging with them directly on it over the coming months as the new market plan now has 2 new constituents voted today, of which the high school is one that we're very focused on. I also wanted to highlight a little bit of the work going on in Alston. Specifically, you approved 2 projects on Leo Birmingham Parkway in Brighton, which are in close proximity to planning work we have underway with the plan known as the Western Avenue Corridor Study and Rezoning. That study is in process. We had a critical meeting last week and are expecting to bring the process to a close after a number of community meetings at the end of this month, and then bring items forward to you in October related to that plan. So since those two projects were adjacent, I wanted to make sure that we highlighted it. I also want to take a minute to address the discussion around 51 Melcher Street. I've been close to this issue in just the 3 months that I've been here, very broadly, and also in this specific project that was being discussed. After engaging with both the proponent as well as the community groups and talking with them about their issues, and then creating an opportunity for the convening of the developer and the community, really felt that this discussion needed to be discussed publicly because it's indicative of some of the challenges we are experiencing with laboratories. And we're going to reconvene the parties and seek a consensus solution as we have over the prior months. There are fundamental elements of having a lab use that have some that create challenges for residential, but I do believe that the means exist for there to be a consensus solution. So we're going to work to achieve that with the participants. And I do want to, I know this was said a couple of times, but I do want to share appreciation to both the folks asking questions as well as the supporters and the proponent, who all brought an appropriate attitude to this work. Our area is one of the most successful life sciences clusters in the country, and so taking on challenges like this is just going to be part of the work we do to make sure that our city grows the way that it can, and that we're creating the mix of uses in the right proximity and the right functional relationship going forward. It's also a place where zoning suggests that this is a use that's appropriate to place there, and so not only does the navigation's individual project need specific attention, but also the matter of zoning at the zoning commission. We've been working in a related way on a labs action agenda that we're planning to release this fall. It's designed to outline a coordinated approach to addressing concerns related to planning and development of labs as challenges and different issues like this are presenting themselves all over the city. But again, this is an opportunity for us to capture and grow our place in the life science ecosystem so that we have this kind of growth to look forward to in future months. Look forward to sharing more about this initiative with you in coming months. Finally, I wanted to sort of highlight the work we're doing to improve coastal resiliency, starting at home with our Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. This is the direct implementation of Climate Ready Boston, and us doing our part with the property we own exemplifies our commitment to resilient planning that will move to construction. It's a great example of our transformation efforts and our goal to reposition the agency as an agent of resilience across the city. Stage one will be this RFP, which will allow us to refine our design scenarios and prepare for construction. Just to close out my comments, pleased to say that we are adding new talent to our team. We approved 7 new hires, which means approximately 30 new people have joined since May. These hires are going to help us continue our great work and focus on creating a more resilient, affordable, and accessible city. Thank you again, board members, for your probity and diligence and attention tonight. And I want to thank the citizens who participated in today's dialogues and look forward to future meetings to talk about all these topics. May I pass it back to you, Chair Rojas.
Great. Thank you, Director Jemison. Okay, great update. More to come. We'll do this again next month. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you next month. Bye-bye.